that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7.
How about now? There we go. The recording software forgot what microphone it should be connected to. So it was connected to nothing. But yes, Earl of Lemongrab tried to steal chat in the name of lemons, but luckily TCO was here to assert appleness of everything. Hey, Daisy. The first one is the Night Shadow in CriticalKind. I think this is the one sent in by TCO. No, TNS, which must be the Night Shadow. Watch it be CriticalKind. You are the enforcer. This is a brush with death game. Alright, you get to be the penguin. You get to be Yellow Comet. I hope everyone's doing well. Arnie made the typo. It happens. Face to the right. Yes, face to the left. Good little penguins. I saw Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 yesterday, and it's really good. Would highly recommend. Here, big difference. Yeah. Was definitely a fun, very well-made movie. The Brush with Death is... Hi. Brush with Death is a pretty unique map. It's one of Walker's maps. Am I a Marvel fan? I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but I've enjoyed the movies. Although, I mean, I can't be that big because I haven't even seen Endgame yet. So, you know, to a degree, Spider-Man's really cool. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Yeah, this is one of Walker's maps. Walker being one of... You see everything. Walker is one of the devs, probably the lead dev. Well, community-wise, he's the lead dev. I don't know if he's the lead dev in how they are working on the website. But he's a big face in the community, and this is one of his maps. It has, as you can see, quite the divide between two fronts, where each player has two bases, an airport, and their HQ against a single base. So this is often seen as a base trade map, where this side overruns the one base, and then they're just fighting across these pipelines. And then you will notice that there are bases over here, completely isolated from either front, that are next to a pipe, so you can build a pipe runner on this map if you would like to. Just keep in mind that these pipe seams here that you'd have to be passing by to be a real threat are definitely under the control of the opposing player. So oftentimes what will happen is you build a pipe runner and they destroy this pipe seam, and you just have a pipe runner stranded here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't reach the base. And I'm pretty sure there still hasn't been a change that pipe runners do not get a range bonus from Jake's powers. So unless you're Grit, you would just basically have a useless pipe runner here. So oftentimes what happens here is that people just build a couple infantry, they capture the comm tower, the harbor, the city, and then they just leave it alone. They just ignore the base. When I played the map against LVJD, I went with an opening that had an incredibly fast black boat, which allowed me to use the island base to gang up even more on this lone base, with the idea of, as long as I'm striking fast enough, the lone base can't really afford to be blocking off these tiles. And if they do block out those tiles, then I'll just be able to rush in from this direction and go do other things. But for the most part, in the majority of games you're going to see on this map, it's going to be a lot of artillery being built from these two bases, trying to take down the one base, and this base will be completely ignored. Now, you don't have to go for this base trade idea, which is, you know, both players just build a bunch of artillery and crush the other person's one base. You can always break this pipe seam right here and just come to the rescue of your one base, and then suddenly you have two bases versus two bases. So when you do that, the game tends to stalemate quite a bit, because both players have been building a ton of indirects. You need indirects basically to break the pipe seam, and then you're going to have indirects coming in to attack the one base side, so then you just have walls of infantry and walls of indirects kind of staring at each other, and the game kind of get pretty stally in those regards. The other thing to keep in mind on this map is this is where LVJD is known for his artillery lock that has kind of won games for him right away, and that's builds an artillery from this base early on, and he goes to this tile right here, because that tile locks this city, which is really mean, because now that's slowing down the economy by a lot. I mean, you can't really capture the city if it's being locked by an artillery, and it's very difficult to get to an artillery that's nice and covered by all of these pipes. And also, this artillery is locking this city. So that is a very key point to see on this map, is the LVJD artillery rush. And for that reason, the city often gets captured sooner than it normally would be. Yeah, so the reason that the black boats being built is considered abnormal is because in order for it to be very effective, it has to happen very early. And if you're building a black boat early, that means you're not building vehicles to fight on the fronts, and you might get beat up there. Now, the way I addressed that problem for my opening is I went with... I saw that you can go for a very early recon and then still make the black boat timing. And what the early recon does for you is that it forces the one base to build a tank, while you also get some nice disruption over here. But since the one base builds a tank, that means that the double base isn't able to build a vehicle to attack your own one base, so you can get away with the investment. And it means that there's less infantry being built from this one base, so it's even harder for it to lock down these shoals. So you pretty much are guaranteed to get your black boat to at least drop off something. Now, the thing that you'll see, not that I'm covering my game right now, but in my game, you'll see that I was having very inoptimal movement for my black boat fuel-wise, because every time you come back here to pick up infantry, you need to be able to threaten going down here and like going after this comm tower, for instance, so that your opponent still has to like keep, if they're that way, if they invest a lot and stop you from landing over here, you have another target. And if they want to stop that too, then they're investing on guarding 2 different coastlines, and it's going to work out pretty well for you. Anyway, that's all the reasoning into that, and I'm just saying that because I've seen people talking about the openings on this map quite a bit. So we'll see how this game goes. I would expect that CriticalKind is going to go with an artillery opening because they are Jess, and they're going to have stronger artillery and weaker infantry. You tried that against Sidewinder. He had an already ready to on the road to lock that tile. Oh, you're talking about this here? I mean, 1, 2, 3. That works, yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, that'd be Sidewinder respecting the LVJD lock and doing something to stop it. That's also a fine thing to do because breaking this pipe seam is very important. $7,500 doesn't seem like much. It's kind of like, it's because it can be locked, it can be shut down, and you have to keep in mind that all of all the infantry that you're building and putting into the black boat, they're gonna die. Their whole point is to just put pressure on this one base. It has to divert resources to deal with the infantry, and the infantry investment for you, I mean, it's not that much money, so it definitely pays off in my view, especially because it's letting you use a whole nother base that your opponent isn't. Standard is hard. But that was my hyper-aggressive opener. We're probably not going to see that here. My guess is we're going to see artillery play from CriticalKind, and we might see some harassment play from the thenightsshadow because they're playing Adder. And the Adder usually prefers to have units where getting that extra movement matters. Oh, you'll also notice there's a missile here for both players. There's locking down the opposing player's airport once that's captured. The usual way to take this out is to build a rocket and move the rocket over onto one of these shoals and then shoot it. Trying to think of the other ways that you can do it. I mean, if you're Javier, you can just build a battlecopter. Oh, also good point. Good to point out that this is a double comm tower map. Or you can get... No, you can't even build a battleship. I think you have to get a rocket. Is that really the only way? You can't build a pipe runner because this is the opposing I guess you have to build a rocket, unless you're Jake, and you can use an artillery with a power boost. Yeah. Okay, we'll see how they go. Oh yeah, and another thing to note is that this base over here is kind of far away. It takes 3 turns to start capturing it. So it takes a while for the double base to come online to start fighting the one base. Everything's looking pretty legit so far. Looks like CriticalKind is going to go for some very forward captures here, which makes sense, rather than going backwards towards this city and this airport. And then I think this is a mistake. It's not a huge mistake, but going back for this city does mean that you'll be slower in getting to this city, which very quickly becomes contested, or like this city. Now, there are reasons to go for this one right away, and usually those entail a vehicle timing, that you needed that income a turn earlier. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but usually I would say going for these more forward and contested captures is going to be really helpful, because once the double base starts building those artillery, they're going to be able to lock those properties down very quickly. That's true. You can... No, you can't, because this missile shares allegiance with the space. Yeah. But you can also build a lander over here. That's just a much... You can do lander and like vehicle play from this base. It's just that costs a lot more money. And it's also meaning that instead of building vehicles on these lines, you're building them over here. Both players went for the city first. And then this is the danger that you can get yourself caught in, is that the Night Shadow is going down. It looks like going down to start capturing the airport. And at this point, if CriticalKind builds an artillery and then the Night Shadow goes and starts capturing this airport rather than this city, the artillery will actually be able to make it over here in time to ruin this little chain. I think Jess has the advantage in general because of how artillery heavy the game plan tends to be. Or I guess I must have miscounted the money there. It must be artillery this turn. Could also just be pretending to capture the airport, it's true. So usually people do capture the airport first, and there's 2 reasons, one of which doesn't matter. The first reason being it's a production property, and usually you go for those first. That doesn't matter because it's locked by an missile. And the other reason is because if you go airport to city, your infantry is ending its captures closer to the front it wants to fight on. It's pretty wild that neither picked Jake. Yeah. Okay. Now you can do recon stuff, which is what I would, or what I did in my... I guess I did it twice. I did it once against Witty, and I did it once against LBJD. Ooh, okay, CriticalKind is going to go for a black bow opener. I don't like this because CriticalKind is Jess, who is going to be, I think, the worst tier 4 CO to go for the black boat plays due to the weaker infantry. But we'll see how that plays out. Okay, the Night Shadow is also answering with a black boat. You can see how many... That was actually probably predictable because of how many infantry there are. I wasn't quite counting those guys. Okay. So Adder has a decent black boat play. I did think about using I used Jake in mine because of these plane styles, and the plane tiles around these cities, and the just indirect advantage as well. But when I was mapping out an opening for this map, I did think about playing Adder with the idea of building a battlecopter here so that they shoot it with their missile and give me my power earlier than would normally happen. And have like a really nice timing attack from that. Okay. So I don't like this, but I mean, it's fine. The idea is the pressure to put on the comm tower. The kind of funny thing here is the Night Shadow could technically just ignore this and just start capping the properties and then just come down and take the comm tower later on. Probably not going to happen, but that would be the funny way to approach this. We'll see what the Night Shadow decides to do. So we're coming down here. Gonna go for this city. Is what it looks like. It builds a tank. So now this infantry, I imagine this infantry is going to hop back in the black boat, and the black boat would drop it off over here. Kind of mission accomplished. No. That's weird. Well, rest in peace, infantry. I mean, it's just an infantry from a base that does nothing that builds infantry, so it's not so bad. Doesn't mean that this tank won't be charging forward over here to harass these infantry. But then the tank gets built here anyway. And we do have the recon coming in. Now, I do like recons at the start of the game, and I like mid-game recons as well, but I'm not a huge fan of like early game recons once people have enough money to very easily pop out a tank and deal with it. What? Okay. This is pretty. I think the idea is the recon's out of range, so now we will try and engage in some infantry conflict. I'm not a huge fan of this because while you can fight these infantry, they're still going to be able to capture the comm tower, and they can just build a tank, which they'd like to build over here anyway, or they could get another recon, I guess. And you're missing out on getting your city, and you're also missing out on the black boat being able to pick up more guys after dropping off for the city and stuff. But I guess we'll see how it works out. The Jess infantry are going to be pretty sad. It's just that it doesn't stop the comm tower capture, so the amount of danger it poses isn't incredibly high. We do have a tank down here. The recon does have a free hit on this infantry, which is pretty nice. It's actually better than that. It's recon plus infantry kills infantry on the city, which is a great pick-off, especially against the one base side. It's always going to be infantry starved. Okay. We evacuate that infantry. Makes sense. Although I probably would have just kept it there because I don't really care about the infantry count from this one base side. And if you've already sent it forward to bring the tank back, you might as well keep it there to keep the tank there. So we do have our nice pick-off over here. Very cool. That's a weird play. I don't know why the infantry backed up. It's not in any danger where it is, so it could stand there if it wants to. I mean, moving forward to probably like this forest makes sense, because then you're threatening to capture the city, but you might just be understandably like, there's no way I'm getting that city, in which case you'd want to move over here and take this city. We have our artillery being built, and there's the tank. CriticalKind is really far behind in income. At the end of that turn, 14k to 17k. Wayland infantry. It's weak infantry. Okay, okay. Okay, well, the Night Shadow has 1 comm tower, so this is a... Ooh, it's like a 30% chance to get that. Did get the kill. Never punished. Right, infantry block. Jump in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could have just clicked on it. It does make that. Very nice. Got it over here, too. It is only 1 comm tower. My gosh, the Night Shadow is too good. Jess infantry are only minus attack, right? Yeah. But when you're good, you're good. At this point, I'd probably start building some mechs from this base to be as annoying as possible. Penguins are too strong. Born lucky. Get the tank on the city, a nice safe spot. And over here, you're gonna, as the the penguins in this case, you're going to want to be able to trade out as many infantry as possible. Just drain them all away from this one base, and then you'll be able to start capturing cities. And they'll have to use vehicles to interrupt you, and you can have artillery guarding your capturing infantry, and you'll just be super, super happy as you get huge value trades. Since if your infantry costs 1,000, the 7,000 value tank hits it down to 5, does like 500 damage, and then your artillery shoots that tank down to like 3 or 2. It's a very good return in your investment. Okay. CriticalKind is also insisting on this deployment over here. I would much prefer if they at least got this city first. At least they've caught back up in income. Okay, the infantry, they're flooding forward. Now this would be really annoying for CriticalKind if instead of this being an infantry, it was a mech and it was back here. Because then this tank it's currently pretty much forced to hit this infantry, and then the mech would be able to get the counterattack. Super nice. So good play from the Night Shadow. Making sure to go after those one base infantry. Oh, this doesn't actually cover. Oh, I see. That's what happened there. Goodbye 5 health infantry. Down to 3. Then we got our rocket from the Night Shadow. So that's going to be to take out this missile. Over here, this poor infantry was not able to be covered. We do have the first artillery starting to move down here from CriticalKind. Wow, that's a big swing. Well, I guess it's a 30% firepower tank, but all the way down to 7. Or does 7 damage, I should say. That's the same amount of damage that the Night Shadow's tank did against the infantry on the plains. There goes that infantry. Ooh, I like it. Going back to heal mid-fight. Very cool. Another tank, sure. So usually when one player builds a rocket, the other player builds a rocket, because you don't want to be stuck in a situation where they have their airport and you don't. Because those battlecopters will very quickly become a problem. As you can see, the airport if the pipe seam's gone, of course, it can fly this way. It can also fly and harass this island if it really wants to. Or it can fly across the river and start attacking over here as well. And the easiest way to stop it or deter it from flying across the river is to just build your own battlecopter. But that's not an option if you don't have your airport free. You think that the rocket should be moved onto the silo instead? You can do that. It depends on what you're planning to do with the rocket afterwards. I think the Night Shadow is planning to break the pipe seam after breaking or killing this missile. Whoa. Okay, the Night Shadow breaks through this infantry wall, runs in and hits the artillery. Hits an infantry. Hits an infantry. That is a weird play to me. So this artillery could be used to shoot, but it's probably just going to move back onto the city. And then you have tank from HQ hits, tank from forest hits. You just lose a whole tank. And the big problem with that is that this is the one base attacking into the double base. So all of the losses that the double base takes are much easier to replenish in comparison to the one base. So you can't really just trade out evenly or even negatively. A rocket can be good for harassing the other side. That is also true. Is there a way to donate to me instantly rather than then to do Patreon? I might have to turn it back on, but there was a YouTube donation I can turn back on. I just get less. I mean, you can do that. I get less of that money. You can do Patreon and then cancel the Patreon if you want to do it that way. But I can also turn on. I think I can turn back on the YouTube donations. We have more fighting over here. There's now only 2 healthy infantry for CriticalKind over here, which is looking pretty scary. It doesn't look too... The problem is when you're in this situation, it doesn't look too scary because you're like, I still have my 2 infantry. There's no real threat that my infantry have to deal with. It's just that in the future, you're not going to have the infantry required for when the artillery push comes. So many tanks. Sad content. So many infantry. So when you go for the black boat play, you only need to have 2 infantry waiting for you to be picked up. Either that or you need to build more black boats, I guess. Okay, I think this was probably a mistake. I mean, it's not a huge mistake. The artillery gets to fire, and now it's just 2 injured tanks. It's just that this tank didn't get to fight. I would prefer to fully kill off the tank on when we're dealing with the one base side, because it's not that the one base side is short in funds. The same number of funds is available to be used however the player wants. It's that it's limited in unit production. So if with your one base side you're able to charge forward and you can kill off some units, and then your units just get hurt, and then you can pull back and repair them, then you're really good. You're happy. That mitigates some of that unit count problem that you would be running into. So this dispersion of the damage, I think, benefits the Night Shadow. Unless the Night Shadow isn't able to pull back effectively. Okay, went for the first strike on the tank. That is a tank that's covered by a fellow tank. But now this tank is covered. We'll see how that goes. I don't think this is going to end well for CriticalKind. Okay, now we're going for the city. Although the rocket can kill or hit the infantry to try and slow down the city cap, which would be pretty cute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, you don't know. Okay. So the lander buy is spicy, and I do like it if your opponent isn't really able to like defend over here and you want to have a flanking vehicle force. But what you don't do is you don't build a lander and then put 2 infantry in it. The whole point of the lander is it can carry things other than infantry. Then we have triple infantry buys from the other bases. This is going to be very tough for CriticalKind. Power move with the lander. Well, Jess doesn't give landers extra movement, I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong. Or is it a power move as in like asserting your power? Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. Doesn't kill off the tank, unfortunately. We're not going to have an adder power used here. Does just one-shot that infantry. Goodbye. That's without the comm tower captured, too. I also might have gotten the kill there. Why does the lander go in the water? It should be a land unit and get the Jess boost on normal power and super. Ooh, okay. Double tank sacrifice to kill the artillery is definitely a spicy play. And then going for the caps. That is an ambitious. Well, I suspect that this one base is about to have no front line. But we'll still have a medium tank. Fortunately, there weren't vehicles bought over here to like really punish this. It was just a lander filled with infantry. So that's a little weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there was definitely a route here that didn't leave tanks vulnerable to being hit by the medium tank. Could be wrong, though. Lander is indeed a future investment. It's just usually you wouldn't... you'd have it set up so that you can like move it over here as you build a vehicle and then load the vehicle in. So that it's doing something other than... Oh, okay, it is doing that. Other than just moving infantry around. Down goes the missile. Rest in peace. Tank just slides off the city. Like the artillery is going to shoot the pipes here. We have the side slip. Get some infantry. Charge on forward. Looking nice. Got some nice tank backup. City's being captured. Medium tank comes in. Kills off a tank. Going after the infantry. Capture. Okay, we have a tank moving back here to block off the double unload. Now, there's another thing to keep in mind is that if you build a transport copter here, you can actually go for this city yourself. And it's the kind of situation where once you have this city, you can just put your infantry here, and they can't, or here, and they can't use their blackbutt or anything to land an infantry to take the city back. They'd have to build an artillery and come over and shoot your infantry. Can't yellow use an arty on the shoal? Yes. Yes, you can. But now you're investing another unit here on the island. Which usually means that your one base is going to be in a lot of trouble. We have Jess Super. If you're gonna use the tank to hit the infantry, use the tank to hit the infantry, because it won't take the retaliation. Okay. So this is so far seeming like a really weird super to me. Was there? Wait. Was there an attack that cared? I guess that cared. It would have died anyway. No. Okay, that was almost... I think the extra movement killed off that infantry. That was almost a nothing super, which is not what you want to do with your supers. The brave 3L infantry. Ooh, there's still no rocket being bought, so... I mean, it might be the case that CriticalKind is thinking, like, I'm Jess, and therefore I have weaker copters, so I just don't want to invest in the rocket to... to free the airport. Dude, what is this artillery doing? I was like, it can break the pipe seam, but it doesn't need to break the pipe seam because they've already captured the city. Yeah, down goes the tank that got unloaded. So when you're doing this kind of stuff and you're unloading to put pressure on this base, you have to be putting on a lot of pressure on the other side to strain the resources. Be trying to work on the attack order. It's tough. It's amazing how many mistakes that you can make in Advanced Wars by web that seems so simple. Attack order is one that everyone makes, especially because it's not always the same depending on what you want to do. It's like, no, I need to generate charge, so I need to do like the less cost-effective attack order, but then I'm like too trained in doing the cost-effective one. Or like, oh, this is the closest unit, I'll just lunge it in, and you're like, oh, now I'm blocking off my further back unit. Okay, got the double tank. Charging on down here. There's only 3 infantry left on this one base side. How many tanks we got here? 3. I think this is the time for the Nightshadow to pop the power and go cap, kill off these infantry, and just have all of these tanks in it, like the rocket come on up and everything. It's just gonna be too much for this one base to deal with once all these guys are kind of taken out. What's happening? So, like, see, the copter comes over here, anti-air gets built, and then the copter probably shouldn't slide back one, but it should probably start sliding on up here. You got the tank supporting like this anti-air. Okay. I like it. The medium tank slides back one. So that's outside of this artillery range. These tanks didn't move at all. I think we might be going for a surround on the medium tank. Oh, never mind. Okay, this is blocked off. The night shadow is definitely starting. So this is where it's nice, is that these tanks probably should have moved. Okay, but I guess they don't want to. The double tank unload. This is where it's nice, right? If you're putting pressure over here and you're attacking over here, it's just a single base trying to defend multiple fronts. It's a nightmare. Okay, I probably wouldn't unload the tank here. If you want to unload something here, I would pick up an infantry and I would drop the infantry off. Unless you're trying to generate yourself some charge. And the reason is because these tanks can't actually reach anything over here. If they leave, then you can start dropping tanks off and make them come back. Copter can come over here and start harassing this tank, which would be very sad. The side slip. The medium tank stands here and hits the infantry, so then the tank can hit the artillery. Okay. We charge forth. Tank first strike. Start capping. Get out that tank. The 1 health infantry. Doing very well. Battlecopters coming on over. This is very annoying for CriticalKind. Especially because the anti-air just left. And pretty good placement here from the Night Shadow, making sure that the Jess power doesn't let the anti-air reach copter. So things are looking pretty gnarly here. CriticalKind does get 2 cities here, starts capturing this one as well. This is, you can see just the power of having a high unit count. Like, it's nice that you have a medium tank, or 2 medium tanks, but if I just have too much stuff in the way, you can't actually stop me from taking your cities. The battlecopter did hit the tank, and then an anti-air gets bought over here. Okay, does take out that tank. Get that infantry. Just this city's going to fall over here for now. Strike on the copter. Managed to take off an HP after the tank hits. I'm not sure where these copters are going now. I guess it's just going to threaten to harass this. They would probably be better off supporting this attack. Okay. Gonna try and take the airport? Maybe? That would have been better if anti-air wasn't here to get in the way already. Wait for a join cap. Maybe just capping the other city would have been better so that you still have the 2 units that they have to hit, but there's probably enough stuff here anyway. That's not a big deal. Okay. Artillery taken out. We got double medium tank. Now the shoals have been locked off. Looking pretty good. They walk away from the artillery range. Makes sense. Also join cap. Take out this tank. Ooh. Again, a Jess super here. I think this is, again, a questionable super. I don't see the play, but I could just be missing it. Okay. That might have required the super to get done. It's still like a really big investment, because now you don't have the threat of the move boost or the firepower boost. Anti-air gets loaded into the lander. But if it's loaded into the lander, it's no longer able to help deal with the copters. Oh, we have a strike. You can take on medium tank. Lander starts getting picked on. There's an infantry, a black boat. If it was over here, it starts. Care for this capture. Airport is starting to be captured, although I have a feeling that's not going to go through. Sink it. Well, the lander can probably save itself by unloading the anti-air. You can see how much of an annoyance the copters become. Tanks have managed to hold over here for now, although this rocket's going to get... Got that. This recon value is pretty good. How much damage that? Okay. 2 damage. Very nice. CriticalKind is ahead in income just from winning more of this stuff, but so far behind in unit value, while also having a lander and a black boat. Although part of that is that the missile's gone. Stop that capture. Should probably build a transport copter to just take that city at this point. Yeah, now that there's so many copters here, it's not as important to have this completely locked down. So now all of these join in with this attack. You guys can over here. Got the recon. Things are looking very good for the Night's Shadow. This infantry still here, potentially blocking drop-offs. Double tank strike does kill off that tank. Oh, infantry strike fails to get the kill. 2 health. Aww. Rest in peace, medium tank. It was a good effort. Turbocharge. I think that might kill off the rocket, which would be really nice. No? Okay, so for CriticalKind, I've been noticing a theme of very questionable power usage. So that's going to be the first thing I would work on, is to have an exact plan for why you're using your power. Rocket kills off that tank. I would like a 10-page essay on why you're using your power every time. The pros and cons. Okay. It definitely looks like the Night's Shadow is stabilizing over here. The tech ups have done their job. I've been pretty impressed with CriticalKind being able to keep these two cities, though. It's a lot of pressure that the Night's Shadow has over here. Although a lot of it was because the copters decided to ditch. Go do other things. So many copters. They're gonna fly around for the flank. I don't know why the black boat is just staying here. Oh, we have a Jess cruiser. What? Okay. CriticalKind's like, I just don't like the order of these guys. Let's swap it. All right. You know, you do you. That might have been a case of thinking the anti-air could hit black boats. They sadly can't. Falling back over here. CriticalKind still has an income advantage, but it's way behind in unit value. And now a chunk of that unit value is taken up by a cruiser. I do like the lander blocking in the battlecopter and then the infantry trying to guard the cruiser from being double hit by battlecopters. I think it still dies because maybe not because it's on a harbor. It is double comm tower adder with potential power because you can go but they are 9 health copters. I don't know. They can go copter kills infantry and then copter hits the cruiser. Or you can just go on land. As the thenightsshadow does. Okay, the copter flank is almost here. Can't quite get the trap on this copter. The lander doesn't quite reach. Oh no. I guess it's the cruiser is here to deal with the battlecopter attacks on the lander. There's only injured units in here. Okay, here comes some more artillery. It's taking the very tank heavy composition up here. Might be time for the thenightsshadow to invest in some tech ups to attack this. Although having the battlecopters will work too. Our CriticalKind designs here. So I think that's probably a fine resign, although it's I mean, when you're up 3k, it feels really bad to resign, but when you're down 50,000 in unit value, while also having a cruiser, that doesn't feel good, and it does look like the thenightsshadow is gonna have a pretty easy time taking these back, and CriticalKind's gonna have a heck of a time defending up here. It's turning into a campaign map. Maybe get a pipe runner. True. I mean, I think a pipe runner would be a better buy than the cruiser. Pipe runners can shoot air, for those that don't know. Oh, well played. That was quite the game. Both players going for a black boat shenanigans. I'm proud. Okay, next we have Daisy is my name. This is K-Marks. All hail the king of the penguins. Oh, it's a good point. I don't know if pipe runners get the Jess because they don't get the Jake boost. I think they're considered vehicles, but they're not considered land indirect vehicles. I don't know. They should get the boost. They get the boost in the cartridge. Oh no, you didn't know they could shoot air units and got very sad. Yeah. That will happen. Let's get the boost on them. It hit a bomber? Oh my gosh. Okay. If Daisy is my name, playing Javier as the Penguins now, against Kmartix01, playing as Hawke on End of Entropy, I think is the name of this map. You turned off your DS the first time the pipe runner shot down your bomber, couldn't comprehend. So this map is very heavy in the infantry conflicts. There's a few openings that we tend to see. It's either a heavy investment in kind of like going center and then to the left or to the right and trying to lay claim to the sides, or sometimes people like bum rush like this property for some reason, which I don't quite understand, because it's pretty hard to hold when two bases can kind of come in from the sides. You're trying to hold it past a little mountain ridge, whatever. That's a pretty common opening I see, is that people like rush this city from the double city over here. And then the other things we see is either it's going to be tank first from one of the bases, or you can have recon first, usually from the corner base here, because of all these nice roads to harass either this area for a little bit, or down here in this area is very effective. That's kind of far away from most of the bases. And then eventually, kind of in the mid-game, the airport will be up and running, and then battle copters will be really annoying once they make it to the center here, where they can then kind of move into any of the different fronts, and it's very difficult to build enough anti-airs to actually hold against them, unless you have your own copters facing off against, like facing them down. You can also lose by lab cap. There's no HQs on this map, which means instead of if you lose an HQ, you lose the game, it's if you have no labs, you lose the game. So you have 2 labs here. If you lose both, if you're ever at 0 labs, you'll lose, basically. So, I mean, it's not if you lose these 2 in particular. Like if Daisy is my name, captured this lab, but then Kmart captures both of these labs, Daisy in my name is still fine. Usually I would say that, I mean, this isn't bad. This is totally fine to go for like some fast money. Oftentimes I would want to move to here and then to this city, so I have a faster approach into the center here, or up to here, and maybe contest like this airport. But it's not a big deal. This is totally fine. It's like an immediate chain that you can go for. It's some nice early money that can help you get those early game vehicles. So here it looks like Kmart X01 is going to go for this side, but not through the center, which is the more common route. Like capture this city and then you're out here. You're going to walk all the way around, which will take longer, but well, it should be pretty safe. Daisy's my name is going for the center route. And then looks like Daisy's my name is not going to go. This is the more typical opening, is to move down here, capture, and then move over here and like contest this city. Instead, it's going to go up here. I assumed for this capture and then the airport and then the city. It's a nice 3 chain to get the airport faster. Of course, Daisy's my name is playing as Javier, and the comm towers on this map are very safe. Not only is it behind your base, which is behind one of the labs, but it's also covered by mountains and has some trees in the way. You think you're both like 950 in rating? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, this is also pretty nice. Okay. So, Daisy, my name has now kind of rushed up here. I assume it's going to go for this city. I'm not sure why. I would prefer to go for this city because it's a lot easier to hold, and then I won't have to have my infantry like constantly moving up here to try and hold this single city. I can use them to put pressure on the sides and maybe get more cities over there. Okay, I would also prefer, instead of moving, well, I guess this guy has to move up here to go for this city now, but that does mean that there's no possibility to contest this like center fight, which would be ideal, especially if you get the comm tower, because you'll be a pretty strong infantry to fight for like this forest and interrupt the city cap and all that. Ooh, Kmart going down here. Forsaking these captures for now, moving down here, I assume to go to this forest and contest Daisy's my name, going for these cities. Okay, Daisy has the ability to build a recon here. We will see. Comm tower does start being captured. There is the recon from the corner base with all these nice roads. It will show up in time to mess with any of these captures that this infantry might want to go for, or if this infantry wants to finish this capture, like move over here or anything like that. I'm a little confused here. One second. How is Kmart getting this city? Like starting the HQ, the airport capture first. Oh, Kmart did the same thing. Oh, okay, never mind. No one wants to go with the normal. I guess I'll just, the typical approach, which is fine. Ooh, okay. We have recon to answer recon. So usually the person that goes recon first is going to be advantaged in this situation, because what happened here is Daisy built a recon. There's a no answer to the recon, so it can kind of go wherever it wants. Kmart built a recon, and now Daisy already has a recon and can afford to invest money in an answer to the recon. So while this one has like unrestricted movement, this one suddenly gets restricted immediately. Which is why it's usually best to not answer recon for recon. Although in this case, this recon, I don't know why it moved just 2 up. I think it wants to be able to hit this city, but there's no infantry in range to start capping that city, so it's not a threat. I would at least want it to move 1 further up so it could contest a capture on this city. But ideally, I'd want it to move all the way up so they can put pressure on this corner. There you can see tank in response to recon. Yeah, this is more of the kind of movement I would expect. So Kmart is just kind of offering up infantry for this recon to hit, so that's good news for Daisy. very weird to move your infantry next to the city to be smacked. Yeah, that kind of comes down to building units with a specific plan. Because the problem that happens is you get into the situation where it's like, well, I guess I just shouldn't have built this recon this turn, right? If I build a recon and I move it just 2 tiles and it's reaching something like I could reach anyway, which it might not in this case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to reach. But in general, it's like I could have had this been an infantry on the previous turn and then built a recon, and I would have an infantry further forward, which is part of what happens in Fog of War and how you can delay vehicles there, is that oftentimes your early tank can't actually do anything. It just like sits in the forest for 2 turns, and so you might as well have built it later. Don't know why these infantry offered themselves up. Oh, oops. But I would highly recommend attacking from the city. I know you do less damage to the infantry on the plains, but you'll both take less not recoil, but retaliation, and you will be on the city, so they can't start capturing it. Unless there's a reason you want to be specifically on that tile. Looks like Kmart went for an infantry interrupt here and just lost an infantry to delay the city cap, which is usually not what you want to do. Losing a whole unit to delay a city by like 2 turns isn't usually the way to go. You would go for that kind of move if you have some follow-up to delay the city for like a very long turn. Very restricted movement over here. There's 4 infantry all huddled over here in this corner. That comes in with a smack. We do have the copters starting to come online now. This is a very, very happy recon. It has lots of infantry to attack. Ooh. Artillery play on the side. That's pretty rare. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it would be pretty much irresistible for me to not go 1 health infantry hits this and then swing in with these 2 infantry to try and get the kill, and then have the tank come in and hit the artillery. I think that would be irresistible. I'd have to go for it, but we will see. Now this is much more dangerous. I mean, you can still sacrifice the 1 health infantry in. Okay. There we go. I don't think it's guaranteed with the 1 health, but it's definitely a lot, much more likely than with just the 2 hits with the plus 10% firepower. I like it. This is very good, using the infantry to pick up the low health infantry, and then the recon goes after the high health infantry. That's very good. Okay. Looking nice. We have the anti-air in response to the copter. It makes sense. And then a copter of your own. Okay, things are looking very good for Daisy here. Okay, Mart does get the comm tower capture immediately, which is good. It has the 20% firepower. Almost gets a nice surround on this tank. It's gonna have to build like a tank here or something to avenge this poor artillery. Yeah, if you failed, you wouldn't be exposing your tank to danger. It would just be the infantry. That's definitely the way you have to think about it whenever you're going for rolls, is you need that what do you call it? Not correspondence. Well, you need your follow-up plan for if it works or if it fails. And if you don't have a plan for if it fails, then you shouldn't go for it. Unless you're like losing the game. Contingent, thank you. Contingent. Contingency plan. Okay, very good over here. Daisy's just destroying this side. This is, you can see just the power. Like a single recon investment wins an entire front. Yeah, love to see it. Okay. So this copter can make a run for it to the center if it wants. Oh no, it can't. The entire can come over this way. The copter is still restricted to fighting on this front or this front. Yeah, I think it can get away with fighting on this front, and then some infantry can just stand in the way of the anti-air. Looks like that's what's going to happen, which is always a really good play. One, two, three, four, five, six. So that is the only route to the copter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6, 7. Okay, you're good. Good. And we have our own anti-air over here. But you can see at the end of Kmart's turn, down 1k in income is not the hugest, like the biggest deal because the capture phase is basically over. But down a whole unit at the end of your turn is not a good sign, and also almost even in value. Rest in peace, artillery. There kills off an infantry. We have another anti-air here. This poor copter's getting pinned in. It can make a beeline for this river tile next turn. I would probably have the 6 health tank hit the infantry. I'm not quite sure why it didn't, because it's still killable by this 9 health tank, I believe. Especially if the infantry follows up. Looking good. I love moves like this, where you just like boldly stand in the way of the anti-air. We have our nice double triple tank by. That tank does go down. Infantry gets struck. Copter moves up here. Oh, this is going to take some pretty impressive blocking. Does hit the tank. Stands in the way. That's not that's a dead copter. Because tank plus infantry can kill tank, or not kill tank, but kill infantry, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the anti-air just move over and kill. And then this tank even gets to come over and kill off this tank. So this is very questionable on Kmart's turn. Might be able to save it with a normal Hawke power, which when you're facing a kind of a blowout like that, you have to go for, unfortunately. Hawke power is online. Ooh, doesn't use it. So this is going to be a very painful turn, I imagine. especially with a tower shield. Smack. Beat up the infantry. Goodbye, copter. Stop the capture. Beat up the infantry. Looking really good over there. It's a very cheeky block. I don't think that block works. But I guess you get to hit the tank. Seven health infantry is just not durable enough for what it's being asked to do. Infantry, tank by over here. I'm not completely sold on the tank by over here. In comparison to buying like another copter. Saving 7k too. Howdy, howdy. Okay. Kmart here is trying to get the super to guarantee the kill on this infantry without having to use this tank, I think. Just uses the black wave. I think the black wave last turn would have been a lot better. But does still get that kill, and down goes copter. Strikes over here. A nice tank strike, although it's not that nice because there are two tanks watching this happen. And I imagine that they're going to want some vengeance. Okay. So Daisy is up 3k, up 2 units at the end of Kmart's turn, but pretty much even in unit value, which is to be expected after global. Or, like, that's better than to be expected against global damage. Tank manages to run away. Kill off a whole bunch of infantry. I'm ready to see this tank perform. I doubted it, but I imagine it has a point. I guess it's ready to guard against these tanks coming over here, but these tanks, I imagine they want to fight this mob. There we go. Copper tank. There was 7k floated last turn, so I thought we might have a big unit bot, but it's okay. Things are now up 13 units at the end of Daisy's turn. That is absolutely brutal. Kmart does get a city. He's going to get this one too. The mech strike on the tank. So, value-wise, it's pretty good. Unit count-wise, it's really bad because the infantry will come over, or the tank will just finish off this mech after it heals up by 2. It's not even that great value-wise, but unit count-wise, it's absolutely terrible. That's the kind of thing you would only do if you have actual follow-up behind it. Okay, but lots of these loopy attacks going on here. There's a 1. I guess the 1 health tank will come back and finish it off. 5. Tank from Kmart. 1 health tank decides to go up here. Oh my gosh. Good thing he didn't go for the mech. Ooh, I like the low health infantry being used as blockers. There's so many of them. Now this is always a lot better when there aren't infantry around to clear them off, but it's still nice to use them to block in bases like that. Usually unit count is more valuable, but there's I mean, it's never completely going to be more valuable. But if you were like, if it's like 50 units against 20 units, but the 20 units have like 50,000 more value, the 50 units will probably win. Because those 20 units are going to be like pure vehicle. And the lower cost army is going to be a mixture of usually infantry and artillery. And artillery hit really, really hard, and then the infantry just get in the way. And can also like go for all the captures around the map, and the limited unit army just can't be everywhere. It looks like Kmart is stabilizing over here. A lot of tanks have been built. Daisy did go with a medium tank, which will definitely help with the high tank count that's coming out over here. I'm kind of surprised that Kmart decided to move down here with the tank. There's so many Daisy tanks ready to fight. We have the tower shield used, okay. Rest in peace tank. Probably should have killed off the infantry and then have one of these guys kill off the tank. It was probably a case of like, well, if I fail this roll, then I have the other infantry follow up, which is fine. Okay, we get to kill off another tank. And then desperately try. I don't think there's a way to save that copter. The medium tank can avenge it, so that's good. 32 to 19 units. That hurts a lot. So many injured tanks. They're going to get even more injured once the Hawke Super comes along. Bye. Copter, we knew you well. Bye, tanks. Kmart's doing a pretty good job of evening up this unit count deficit, considering how far behind they were. I actually managed to end at the even unit count, which is a huge comeback. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This seems like a mistake to me. I would prefer to go over here and kill off this anti-air, because I don't want to move into the medium tank's range. Yes, you've got the artillery covering it, but it's still going to be spicy once the Hawke Super hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Guess these guys can't reach the artillery even when the medium tank's gone, because the anti-air is going to have to move, most likely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, maybe not. And there might be Hawke Super, medium tank comes around like this, kills this off, and then the anti-air comes through. Okay, but lots of pressure being exerted onto this top left corner. Very nice. Alright, well, Kmart is for sure going to be using that Hawke Super here. Daisy's up 6k income, so every turn here is looking better and better. Okay. Off a bunch of tanks. How much damage did that do? 98. That's a nice 22k. Pretty good. 1 health tanks, unite. Medium tank. Oh. Okay, I wouldn't have killed anyway. That's fine. Anti-air's been moving over here, threatening the airport. That's always an annoying situation. I guess this infantry can interrupt the capture, but having to choose between interrupting a capture and shooting like a heavy vehicle can be a tough call. Okay, I like healing these guys up, but then not healing. I think it's fine to not heal up the 1 health tanks because that'll just take a really long time. They can just be nice blockers, or they can be used to join with like a 9 health tank to fully heal it up. That's a pretty cheeky movement. It's like, sure, you can kill off my tank, but you'll have to either keep a tank all the way back here by your base, or bring one all the way back. Not what happened. The 2 health tank found safety in danger. Okay, the anti-air does come around, hit this artillery, and then decides to stand on the airport. Okay. That is one way that anti-airs can deal with airports. That's probably the right call, because you can always be really annoying and build a bomber in the face of an anti-air, and the anti-air can't one-shot the bomber. It just hits it really hard, which gives you a ton of charge. Okay, we have tower shield. Take out the tank. Take out the tank. Medium tank's doing their thing. Ooh, 3 health infantry with a finishing blow. Looking very good. Very scary approach onto this one base. If there was an artillery with this, then it would probably be goodbye one base. So this doesn't quite work unless, because there's a pretty good chance that this 1 health tank is at minimum health, so the infantry is like guaranteed to kill it, and then the tank will be able to hit the anti-air. Well, it doesn't try. I guess the 5 health tank decides to do it instead. Kmart is starting to actually managed to get even in economy here. A huge comeback. Anti-air with no fear just stands on this airport. Well, it does look like medium tank goes after an anti-air each. Going after the artillery, sure. We have another tower shield. The anti-air had to sacrifice itself for it. Not sure why this tank is here on the forest. I mean, it's better defensive terrain, and this is kind of a mistake I make a lot, but the problem is that it's now in range of a whole tank, where if it hits from here, it's not in range of this tank, and it dies in one shot either way. Okay. Some nice captures going through. Artillery shifting away. Okay. Oh no. The anti-air is out of ammo. Can't do anything. Do have the copter coming up back online. City being captured too. There goes that tank. Rest in peace. And we have the Black Wave follow-up. Okay. I'm not sure what this is doing in comparison to just using... instead of in comparison to just saving up for the super. Looks like it stopped or delayed this capture for a turn with the sacrifice of the infantry as well. Although that infantry was super dead anyway. Okay. Well, Kmart seems to be stabilizing pretty well here. Although now a bunch of these units are starting to get picked off, which is not great. That city has fallen. We have some blockers to get this city as well. Daisy is back to being ahead by 4k income, although it looks like this city is going to go through, so it won't be 4k for very long. I'm not sure why this artillery pulled so far back. I like the battlecopter coming up. Well, I like and I dislike it coming up here. I kind of prefer if it moves out in this direction, so it's a lot harder to pin down where to build an anti-air to deal with it. We're moving up here. It is helping to like save this base, but the anti-air is going to have a very easy time zoning it. Medium tank first strike. Very nice find for Kmart there. Backed up with artillery. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is Daisy double strike, but I think the artillery does enough to deter that. Ooh, look at this valuable recon buy. It does save this city. That's some good forethought. Okay, so the artillery is not doing enough to, oh, what am I talking about? This is Javier. Daisy fears not the artillery. Well, with a power-up, I should say, Daisy fears not the artillery. It's still going to do a decent chunk to just base stats Javier. Yeah, it did 4. Definitely worth killing the medium tank. Okay. The copter has gone here, so now there has to be enough of a wall of tanks to stop the anti-air from reaching this tile and killing off this copter. Which might work here. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure Daisy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, maybe not. Well, Daisy can definitely use the power to have the medium tank kill this tank. It's just whether or not this tank is able to kill off this tank. I think it can with this infantry help from attacking from the mountain. Hello, Kilmefirst. Down goes that tank. Rest in peace. Very aggressive and annoying infantry capture, although it is next to an infantry, or near a mountain that the infantry can walk onto, so it's not going to be too difficult for Daisy to deal with. And this is looking like a very good turn for Daisy. I 100% agree with the tower shield. I guess the real choice that Daisy has here is whether or not to do the stuff over here or to just kill this base. I think you just killed the base. Yeah. Daisy was almost able to do both. Tank first strike. Take that out. These are looking good. Buy infantry. Hit the tank, sure. Yeah. Oh, this tank can't even reach this infantry. So there will be a Hawke power to slow down the capture of the base, but this is looking like the end. Yeah, just the tank buy is really gutsy. I think that was a forced medium tank for sure. Yeah, these guys are coming over to try and save it, but they're just going to be too slow. Okay. The desperate run to the top here. There, it's not in range, so a nice pick off for Daisy. Kill off some more infantry, kill off the tank, kill off another infantry. Anti-air comes over here. I guess it's just trying to get out of that tank range. If you can start his capture next turn. We have a mech. Very spicy. Okay, Kmart's back to being way down in every metric. So definitely, this is like a make or break it turn for Kmart. I don't think there's pretty much any coming back from this turn if it falls flat. And it's looking like it's falling kind of flat. I respect this effort. It's like, well, I can't save this corner, so I'll attack somewhere else. That is definitely the kind of mindset you need in order to kind of make it back into games. I don't think it's going to work in this case, but it's still what you should do. Just find, if the way you had before isn't going to work, find a nice new way. You also lost a game on this map partially due to not building a medium tank on your base as it was being assaulted? Yeah. Well, you know, bases are hard to capture because of the instant tech ups that can defend it. But if you don't tech up, it's just as defensive as a city, so you gotta be careful. Yeah, at this point, I don't think there's anything Kmart can do. The losing of an entire base is a huge swing, both in the unit count and also it means all of the cities that base was responsible for are also going to fall, so you also lose a ton of economy. It would take some pretty serious compensation, like capturing the labs, to make up for it. But over here is also falling apart. There's no anti-airs left. The attack on the central bases has fallen. Copter chilling in the center here. We have 3 copters from Kmart, but not seeing the hope. Whoa. Guy is in range of the anti-air. Down goes the base, down goes the tank, down goes the recon. Start all these other captures that it's going to be impossible to prevent. Take out that tank. Take out the copter. Interrupt the capture. Double anti-air moves over here. Even moves next to the opposing city. Okay. This is super GG. That's double the unit value. We have a black wave. Anti-air moves forward. Tank hits the medium tank. And then Kmart resigns. Yeah. I don't see any way to make it back into that. The only way I could think of is if the labs, if there was any inkling of an attack on the labs. So very, very well played. And Kmart had quite the comeback, because I was feeling like it was starting to go really downhill quite a while ago when Daisy was having like almost 10 unit count leads, but over here. But Kmart managed to pull it back from this point, which was very impressive. So well played. Oh, we have a Star Flash game next. Kilmefirst. It was a good game. Alright, Kilmefirst. You get to be Cold Ice. Star Flash gets to be I believe this map is called a Love Supreme, otherwise known as another version of Celeste, in my mind. We have Max versus Kindle. I don't know if Kindle got moved up a tier on this map. Sometimes that happens. Although usually in Fog, I don't know if oh no, it's happened in Standard too. With like Caustic Finale. A Celeste Supreme. Yeah. So Kindle can perform pretty decently against Max, but if the game kind of makes it to the large roaming armies of tanks phase, then tanks and battlecopters, I think Max has a very nice advantage over Kindle. You know, this might be a case of Max being down a tier, though. If the map's too beneficial to artillery, he can sometimes fall a tier. And this is a pretty good artillery map, but I wouldn't sleep on Max for sure. It can be very scary. Starflash goes for tank first on the 2 base side. Very nice. And we get to see if Kilmefirst is going to respond to the tank on the 2 base side, or a tank over here. The 1 base side. Looks like that's going to happen. Try and hold off this tank pressure. I expect that we might, maybe not, we might see Starflash go for this city. Do see it. So the idea with going for this city is that the tank can interrupt the capture, but then the Kindle tank can hit it back. I don't think that this actually works though, because Starflash can't afford to tank chain, But Kilmefirst can afford the tank chain. Ooh. You can also do that. So Kilmefirst decides to interrupt this capture in order to finish off this infantry. And by doing that, it also stops the Kindle tank from making it onto the city. And then, yeah, there's the tank chain. I like this move by Kilmefirst, not going for this city. Even if it wasn't being threatened by a tank, I don't think you go for this city. It's difficult enough for people to hold if they can build artillery, but Max can't even build artillery. So definitely going for the center is going to be a lot better. You needed to block the city shot. I think you could get away with not blocking the city shot and just having your follow-up tank and your leftover tank hit back. But this is, I mean, it's not like this is bad. This is good too. I could be wrong. Starflash probably could have tank chained if they captured city before base. if they went up for this city before they went for this base. Maybe? Max certainly can. That's true. Max can buy artilleries. Yeah, it might. I think it might have been better to finish the capture. Fine. This tank is not, well, again, this tank is not actually covering this other tank, so we just get a max tank first strike here. So that's very happy for Kilmefirst. It's got triple tank chain going on over here. Okay. Just straight up infantry pressure on this side. There's no comm tower in this version. Yeah, there's no comm tower on this map. So Max is actually really happy. That means that he has the same type unit. Well, he has double tank kills tank on cities. And Kindle does not. Unless Kindle uses Urban Blight, of course. Okay. For a bunch of captures. Looks like we're just gonna go for that little 6-7 trade and call it even there. Okay. Oh, Kilmefirst is not going to heal up the tank. That's a little bit weird to me. Oh, I see. Kilmefirst is thinking... I get ya. Kilmefirst is thinking it's time to go tank ham. So it's base skip, double tank, and then next turn is tank infantry, and that's why it's not this tank. Okay. Might have been better to repair the tank and go with copter, infantry, or something like that. Okay, Starflash has definitely got some sights set on this city. Nobody can build battleships. That's true, there's no harbors. Oh, it doesn't reach. I don't know, actually. I was thinking it's probably fine to go in for this interrupt because there's absolutely no support for it for Starflash. But at the same time, because there's absolutely no support and there's a huge mob of penguins moving in over here, you could also try and get away with the I take this city, let you take that city, and I just take that city from you kind of deal. Oh. Okay, okay. Kilmefirst, you just justified me. You built the tank and then joined the tank. So you took back your buy, effectively doing a double base skip. To then build a copter. Infantry, infantry. What do we have? 2,600. That could have been infantry and a repaired tank. The battle copter on the previous turn. Just gonna say it. Don't cost yourself 2 units. Okay. Now we have 3 tanks coming in here. Starflash, and we do have Kindle copter. Looks like Kilmefirst really wanted to stop the city from being interrupted. That's fine. Just it does. I was about to say it does unlock potential sacrifices. We do get one. Very nice. Okay. A nice tank front shift. Copter start moving in. There is an anti-air built from Starflash, who did also base skip to get this copter. So it's gonna have to do something impressive. Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of Kindle. Really, of Kindle and Sonya, although I think more so for Kindle, just because Sonya's got that bad luck, is that sacrifices are much easier to get away with. Okay. You have a front switch from Starflash, kind of following in Kilmefirst's wake here. This is making me think that that it would have been a lot better to have the infantry hit and interrupt this capture, and just have one of these other infantry go for this city on the following turn. Starflash has actually been able to stabilize the center. Ooh. This is a little spicy from Kilmefirst, using the tank on the city to block the anti-air approach to this copter, and this will work. It's guaranteed to work, provided that Starflash isn't able to get an urban blight. So it is, yeah, I was gonna say, it's pretty important that the tanks on the other side of the map are not easy to hit. Otherwise, the urban blight blowout would be devastating. See, it killed me first. It's okay. You can watch it. Always watch it later. Have fun with that. Okay. Looks like Starflash didn't see any way of getting the urban blight, so we're not going to have any huge blowout in that regard. Oh, just builds a very menacing wall here. Tank, infantry, 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 tank, infantry, infantry, anti-air. Kilmefirst is doing really good in unit value here. Should be starting the turn like down 10k, and is starting the turn only down 5k. So there's a unit value advantage going on there. And well, though Starflash does have 1k more income currently, because this isn't quite captured yet, Starflash will be slowly making up that unit value deficit. assuming no conflict happens. The artillery are now entering the field, and that's something that Starflash is going to have, which Kilmefirst doesn't. Although, still have this. Don't quite have an opposing wall, but just kind of staring at each other here. Okay. Kilmefirst just moving forward over here and falls back in the center. Building another copter makes sense. Another tank. Might want to build another anti-air for Kilmefirst, both for trying to deal with multiple copters, but also because they can be wall breakers very effectively. And with Max in particular, they get to be wall breakers against infantry on more than just like planes and roads. They are starting a staring contest. There's the Neo tank. It's something that Max doesn't usually like to see. Max would love to stay more on the base tech usually. Oh, Kilmefirst decides to strike with copter attack on this anti-air to get a lot of charge, but still is short from the normal power, which I assume they wanted. Although they could always have this infantry hit this infantry and probably get it. Okay, now they have the max force. See their plan here. Okay, kill the tank. They don't get to kill the copter. Hit that artillery. They get to hit this tank. I mean, that's pretty good. This is where if you had one more anti-air, it'd be like super nice. Medium tank bot. A bunch of infantry. Okay, I think these tanks are super dead. Starflash can use High Society if he wants. Maybe we'll do that. You can also just sacrifice the tanks into the max tanks and then follow up with your own tanks for an even trade. You go with the Urban Blight. It will stop these captures, which High Society would not be able to stop. That is a double capture interrupt on your own cities, so that's pretty important. Does kill off a copter. Get to kill off a tank and hit a tank. Neo tank is to kill off a tank. We have a copter built over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought there was like some fancy blocking hit going on here to stop this copter from reaching this copter, but there is not. Although the copter is blocked in. That one gets finished off by this anti-air. Things just get beat up. There was no sacrificial play to try and kill them. Fine. Artillery's just chilling. Anti-air decides to hit. What? Guess that's fine. This copter doesn't want to go down here because of this anti-air. Its only real target is either like this infantry or this infantry. Okay. I think this is in an attempt to save the copter by using an infantry to finish off the 4 health infantry. That works. That works too. Copter saved. Guess you can beat up this other copter. Okay. That's pretty good. Interrupt the city capture. Kilmefirst is up a lot of units. Although the majority of them are over here, so the attack from Starflash on the left is still looking very intimidating. joined tanks together for some more cash. Does delay that capture at least for one turn. Builds another copter. Then a mech. And this is looking like Starflash is going to win cities. At present. Join copters for stealth. That'd be fancy. Got the second Urban Blight. Copter. Kills off that infantry. Okay. It does let this tank follow through. But does that mean one of these cities is going to go... Both of these cities are going to be let through by Starflash? Okay. Let's kill off that infantry. Get off that one. Join cap this one, though. Alright. Impressively, even after that, and Kilmefirst joining units, Kilmefirst is still ahead in unit count at the end of Starflash's turn. Poland will be very disappointed. Yeah, okay, we got 25k to 21k. Got the max force follow-up here. Doesn't reach, not that it matters that it reaches the one helicopter. This does reach this artillery. This copter gets taken out. Looks like the infantry are going to take out the artillery. Copters start flying in here, take out this tank. Copter plus infantry get the kill. Tank comes in, gets this infantry. We get to hit this infantry. Things are looking pretty good over here. Well, kind of. The artillery does fire here. You'd really want the medium tank supporting this so it can follow through and kill the artillery on the following turn. So over it does come. This anti-air attack is going to be pretty nasty. Okay. I'm not quite sure why. I guess this infantry came in and hit here because there's two infantry here and there's two cities they can start capturing. But then I don't understand why this infantry gives up the river. I think it's going on the mountain so that it can attack from this river tile to defend this city. But I would imagine you'd prefer to be on the city tile. I guess this river can always just get covered, though. That's probably why. I mean, it would also be clearable with tanks, but that's fine. Ooh, tank survives. The infantry survives. Infantry won't survive that, though. Okay, well, that city is super falling. Unless this copter decides to try and save it. Which would probably be a bad idea. Oh, look at this. Kilmefirst gets away with it. Artillery just decides to retreat. That is very good news for Kilmefirst. And this anti-air, it's still covering this tile, so it's okay. The copter can't just fly over and interrupt this for free. Oof. That hurts. There were dreams of the tank coming in and getting this hit so that both artillery got taken out, but didn't quite get there. anti-air backs off. So many infantry. We do now have the Neo tank to answer the Neo tank. This tank scoots forward just a tiny bit. Okay. City did fall. Starflash is now only down 2k. Another copter does get taken out by an anti-air. This Neo tank has no fear. I would be very scared if I was this Neo tank. But there might be just enough vehicles here to support it, so if it gets surrounded, it won't be just hit by an opposing Neo tank and die. Anti-air sacrifices itself to do 2 damage to copter. And then the infantry does 2 damage to the copter. Okay. Stand here next to the copter. Alright. This is starting to look like there's not going to be enough stuff to support the Neo tank. That it themselves also going down. I think this Neo tank move was a blunder. Kilmefirst does kill off this anti-air, which is the only one over here. And we have another mech strike on a tank. Or we have a mech strike on a tank, I think. He hit something last turn, but I don't remember what. The infantry survives. Does get to hit this tank. Copter gets to smack the artillery. I assume the mech's gonna kill the 6 health tank. It would be weird for it not to. It didn't. You would 100% go for this attack. There's so much follow-up. Well, I mean, there's a decent amount of follow-up, I guess. I mean, definitely surround this Neo tank. Okay. Yeah. Now the Neo tank is freeable, but it requires that this copter get involved, and the copter doesn't want to get involved because it'll just die, and then you'll have a trade of 2 infantry for a copter, and that's a great trade. Trying to kill copters without anti-airs reminds me of the live game from last week, yeah. Anti-airs are cowardly, real COs fight copters with copters. Oh, that 1 health infantry did its job. Held the line. Yeah, so rest in peace, copter. Ooh. Neo tank decided to stick around. It is on a city, so that's pretty imposing. There's a single infantry on this entire front. So most captures that happen here are basically permanent for Kilmefirst. The mech has made the long journey and will now be able to start taking the city back. Down goes the anti-air. Or not the anti-air, down goes the copter. And it looks like probably down goes the anti-air. Anti-air to replace it, makes sense. Another copter. Start repairing with the medium tank. The daring move where you only do that if you know for sure that Kindle can't get Urban Blight. We have Starflash kills anti-air and then resigns. So I was definitely thinking that Kilmefirst is looking a lot better, mainly because of the huge unit count and because Starflash isn't able to build or like has lost so many infantry over here that it's so hard to get these cities back. I don't know if it's necessarily time to resign, Although I think once you go for this attack it is, because there's no way to save this Neotank from getting hit by max Neotank first. I'm not quite sure what the plan was there. It might have been that Starflash thought from the initial look at the map that you could kill the anti-air and then the tank could sit here and protect the Neotank from the other Neotank first strike. Just didn't see this route through the units. GG. Well played, Kilmefirst. Starflash did go for a very aggressive opener here, which I'm not... I don't think ended up working out, but that's okay. I don't know if capturing this first would give you enough money to tank chain, does it? For player 1? I don't know, Starflash is player 2. So you would have like 1k more money? No, it doesn't give you enough to tank chain, I don't think. Without base skips, I guess. Maybe it does, because you also get your base later, so you're not able to build from it. Okay, next we have Kantbei versus Humita in a Grimm mirror on Lucifer. I'm gonna get myself some water before this one, so I'll be right back. But I hope people are looking forward to some Grimm. For half the last game, you thought Starflash was max. Oh no. Penguin's gone riot! We don't need to riot. It's fine. Alright. The Grimm mirrors are always fun. We'll see how they go about this. Usually you're going to see a ton of copters. Just a ton. You can also go with recon aggression in the Grimm mirror, because your recons hit infantry just so hard. It's almost... They're good for like the opposite reason that they're good in the Sturm mirror. They interrupt really well, and then they die really fast. There we go. We have the recon opener from Kantbei. How much extra damage should they deal? The close to that, plus 30% attack. minus 20% defense. It's not quite double damage, but it's close. Like infantry, if you were doing double damage infantry with one-shot infantry on the roads, if you use your powers, you can get to the double damage pretty quickly. Max is more Starflashy? Nah, Starflash is heavily known for Kindle play. So Humita did not go for the opposing recon, so we're gonna see probably tank trying to hold off the recon. It's as you can see on the map, the recon actually gets to this city before a tank can even be built. Oh, okay. Humita is gonna go with the recon to fight recon. Oh, Kantbei. Kantbei respects the opposing recon strike. That's Grimm for you. Okay. So well done by Humita. Holding off a recon with a recon. I probably would have hit the infantry. I'm not too scared about my recon getting hit by a recon. I mean, it's going to do a ton of damage, but it's not going to kill my recon. And I will both mess up the early game economy with the repair costs on the infantry and also stop it from potentially going for any of these forward captures. Oh, okay, maybe not though. I didn't quite realize how scary it was, I guess. Getting 8-5 for recon on the city. Why so many recons? It's because they hit infantry so hard. I still would have hit this guy in the Grimm mirror. Yeah, no, that's really bad. That's just a losing trade for Kantbei. So instead what you do is you go harass this infantry. Well played by Humita though. Got the recon kills recon with first strike. Is the A5 a very good roll? It looked amazing. Grimm recons are better than average. In specific matchups, like, I mean, they knock you down below 5. In fact, they can knock you all the way down to 3, which makes them really, really effective against Sami because they can actually interrupt captures. That's near max roll for Humita and near min for Kantbei. Or Kantbei. Gotcha. It's very good news for Humita because this recon was built later, so it was less of an investment, and it lived with a half of its health. And run up here and kill off infantry. Nice. 9-3 trade. It's a very chill song. Okay, so the tanks are started to come into play here. There's just a few recons in the opening. Tanks will, of course, have no problem whatsoever one-shotting recons. think they even one-shot recons on city, so I think Humita can kill this off and then block the city off. Yeah. So Humita's finding a lot of these nice pickoffs against Kantbei here. So it's just gotten their airport. So I would assume that next turn we're going to start seeing some copters being built. The 2 health infantry sacrifices itself to delay the city for a turn. This is definitely the right play, because now there's a whole bunch of tanks coming over and infantry to stop this from being captured. Ooh. Humita's like, nah. It wasn't about that anyway. It's all about clearing this city and then getting to hit your tank. And here comes a bunch of tank backup for that move as well. Humita is rocking the Grimm mirror so far. Humita Grimm guy confirmed. I know, a 9 damage strike. That's with Comm Tower. Get the 9-1. Copter triple infantry. Looking good. Kantbei. Still no copters from Humita. I assume we'll see one this turn. That's diving in pretty deep. But there is... Oh, there's also this tank follow-up. I think it's still okay for Kantbei if that happens, though. Ooh, the Knuckle Duster. Hit the infantry. Doesn't kill the tank, but infantry follow-up does. And then cover these 2 tiles. No, doesn't go for the 2 tiles with the city capture. Just lets this tank get traded for a tank. Alright. I mean, Kantbei is definitely not out of this, but this looks very painful. Knuckle Duster. Hit the infantry. Kill off that tank. Kill off that tank. Kill off that infantry. Assume hit this tank. And then sadly can't get another hit on another tank because the infantry are just in the way, doing their good job. Ah, okay. Humita has now built a copter. That tank. Or kill off that infantry. Only 2 tanks here for Humita currently. These ones... Oh, never mind. There's 3. Hello. This one can go around this way. Well, that's very good. For Humita. Get this tank. Wow. A very strong attack over here. The copter, though, for Kantbei is going to be able to help a lot. And because Kantbei got the copters going first, should have an advantage when it comes to these copter chains. But on the left-hand side here, Humita is getting some nice pressure. He's going to be able to start getting an income lead. Yeah. It's a bloodbath. They should host a Grimm-only Quack Cup. I think when I had my Grimm mirror, my first Grimm mirror against Lost and Found, he said it was Advanced Wars by Web, directed by Kantbei. I think that's what he said. But yeah, everything just goes boom. And lots of copters. Artillery can be used, but it's definitely somewhat dangerous to do so. So Humita's looking really good. At the end of Kantbei's turn, ahead by 1 in unit count, and still ahead in unit value by a tiny bit. So he's like a half a turn ahead currently. Like, I guess he's a full turn ahead instead of being half a turn ahead like he's supposed to be. Or no. He's supposed to be half a turn behind, and he's like even. Never mind. He's half a turn ahead of where he should be. There we go. Although it is a brawl, so you can't really hold those ideas too carefully. The wild shifts in value when units are engaged in combat. Although still ending 10 units up is always going to be a good feeling. We'll see how many Kantbei is able to get here. Making sure to stay out of these copters' range. This is looking pretty good. It's these stragglers. It's catching up. Alright. You can see copter chain, copter chain, copter chain, copter chain. Such is the way of the Grimm. Ooh, but Humita's now up 3k. That is going to be a lot of extremes to get here. We have an anti-air built. Humita admitting that pure copter will not be enough. Double anti-air even. Kantbei is almost completely out of tanks, so the anti-air are a very serious threat. Oh, pretty much the whole composition. We have an anti-air built by Kantbei as well. The tank and the infantry. Well, if the fighting evens out here, then Humita is super happy because Humita's up 3k in income. Also has sights on another city. So yeah, falls back a bit. Okay. So it's double tank infantry, so no copter. Kantbei is feeling the unit count pressure, so builds another copter. So we're gonna start doing a little dance here. Does build a copter this turn. Ooh, nice block with this recon by Kantbei. Gonna be a big deal because that will shift this down from a 3k deficit to just a 1k deficit. Recon does die though. Oh wait, whoa. For some reason I thought the recon would survive on the forest, but of course not. This is a Grimm mirror, so this infantry is going to be able to interrupt the capture. Never mind. And Kantbei resigns. I wonder if Kantbei did the same thing as me. It was like, oh, it's fine. It's the recon on the forest. It will live the hit. No. The Grimm mirror is too brutal. The resign with no attack it's pretty rare, but Humita was really far ahead, so it's understandable. Kantbei was even falling behind in the copter count, and that was the one thing he had going for him. Rest in peace. Humita is Grimm guy confirmed. It's true. Humita is Grimm guy confirmed. Next we have Boeg versus Palmer. On Stitch Monster, huh? With Sami versus Drake. Oh, this is an old version? this on over here. I guess I want you to face right. Face the left. There we go. Yeah, so this is Fog of War. I would say Drake is going to be heavily advantaged in this matchup. Sammy's not very good in Fog of War, or at least she's very hard to play. Version 2 has the central comm tower and HQ swapped, plus an extra black boat on the new HQ's location. Oh, okay, so this and this got swapped with the black boat also on the HQ. Okay. We'll see if Boeg has any specific plans here. Both of them have 8 movement on their black boats, although I don't think it matters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Does not change anything. I'll change stuff if this harbor ever gets captured and build something then. Okay. Palmer going for the very fast recon. It makes sense here against Sami. Want to go harass some infantry. Sounds good. Especially because they are going to get dropped off by this black boat. That makes a lot of sense. They go for a recon opener on this map. Sami might even do it. Sami does do it. And then I guess a transfer copter? Whoa, no transfer copter? That's weird. This is Sami. You build a transport copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can drop off here. Go for that city. I'm sure there's other stuff you could do too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 5, 6, 7. That one's not as important, but you could go here, drop off here, which is pretty nice, and then pick up an infantry that you build here. And then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You probably go to 6 here, drop off there. Really, both of these players should probably be building transport copters. It would definitely help a lot in expanding in this direction. Oh, it might matter for refueling. Oh, that's true. For the extra movement. Ooh. Boeg with the battle copter. Both Drake and Sami have worse battle copters, but Sami battle copters are better. by 10% firepower. Okay. Another double drop off over here. And a tank, and the battlecopter hits this pipe seam. And killing this pipe seam does make a lot of sense to me because it's a lot faster to go this way than it is to go up this way through the forest and around. Which is probably why Drake Palmer has his artillery. Right? A little curious as to why this recon went down this way rather than straight over here. Although it looks like it might have found itself a target. It's okay. I would probably open multiple recons against Sami here and smack this side as fast as possible. Just because killing off those infantry will be nice throughout the whole game. And, of course, slowing down the income is always good, too. We're going to get to see a copter hit an infantry. It's always a very disappointing sight. Yep. It's just not the best counter. I mean, they do win the fight. But their punish just, it doesn't have much sting to it. Recon runs away. Infantry moving forward here. It looks like the vehicles are going up here. Palmer 100% expects the Sami recon strike and wants a little bit better of a punish. We do have a battle copter, which also hit the pipe seam. Finished it off, too. Okay. This map reminds me a lot of Scavenger. Same kind of central setup here. The HQs are just in a different spot. And there's more comm towers. Rest in peace, recon. A nice wall of Sami infantry on their way. It's a little daring to dash forward and hit an infantry on the what's probably strong side. It's okay. There is definitely some serious backup for the units. A recon built over here and another copter. Palmer floats 8k, which would suggest the possibility of a triple base skip battleship. I don't think that we're going to see that. If there was going to be a battleship, I don't think we would see a copter. You just save the money. Other than that, I guess you could scrap the recon. And that would give you exact money as long as there's no repairs. Looks like Sami is focusing on tank, copter, artillery, and so very vehicle focused here for Sami. You really need to start bringing in the mechs with like transport copters to fight in the later stages of the game when everything gets really vehicle heavy. Otherwise, you're just going to have nothing but worse vehicles and slightly stronger infantry, and kind of get beaten up. Sami's tough to play, especially in Fog of War. Very nicely done by Palmer, getting that interrupt. Ooh, there's actually a serious threat of going for the HQ here. If the artillery makes it into these woods. Okay, lots of frontline infantry fighting, which is always really tempting to do with Sami, but is like surprisingly bad. Because while your infantry do hit extra hard, they still die just as easily. And once they're gone, then you're just a negative CO. So you have to be... It's a delicate balancing act with Sami infantry. Which is really, it's kind of interesting, because for other COs that specialize in a type of unit, like Max, for instance, you're kind of fine having your tanks fight tanks. But when it comes to infantry, it's a whole nother story. Sami's down to 14 infantry against 20. That's not good. Anti-air does come over here, kill off an infantry to take us to finish off this recon, which is nice. Okay. Palmer's dribbling infantry here, which is very good news. Sami isn't able to kill off that recon, unfortunately. So that's a 1 health recon seeing the land. Okay, we are building some more infantry. I really want to get some mechs going here. Because this has all been fighting against base, like just basic Drake. And Sami's kind of staying even. But as soon as Drake pops one of his like normal or superpowers, then I guess his normal or his superpower, then Sami's army is going to be just so much worse. Although Sami's also getting really close to a victory march, which if Palmer doesn't defend well against, like standing on the comm tower, then maybe Sami can kind of snowball the game. Okay, can't get the comm tower this turn. Units that could have moved forward. I think these infantry are going to have a hard life coming up. So we're about to see some rain enter the game. For some reason, the rain damages you. Well, I guess it's the typhoon that damages you. Nice 30k damage. Looking good. Palmer's got a 3k income. But should definitely focus on killing off all of these low health infantry because they capture cities just as well when victory marches afoot as do full health ones. Don't know what's going on here. I guess it's just defending the artillery, which is fine. This guy's in a 4, so he doesn't see him. But I think he saw the infantry move in there. Take this one out. Looking good. Standing on the comm tower. Standing on the city. Does build a battleship now. Triple infantry. Okay. Down to 11 infantry. Only a few of them are on the front lines, so I don't think we're going to see a victory march. Does kill off the recon. Tanks trying to hold their own here. Go see the battleship. They don't know the danger. We have a Sami Neo tank on its way. Okay, Sami's going to be pretty close to cleared out over here, which is really bad. Oh my gosh. And the black boat goes down as well. So I think Sami is in very serious danger of immediately losing the game. Surprisingly, I would have thought that Palmer would go and kill this battlecopter. That's okay. Then Boeg just resigns because, I mean, there's no way to stop the HQ cap. Yeah. And no victory march ever got to be used. Playing Sami is so rough. This is the older version, apparently. The rain's as dangerous as the meteor-sized hail that sometimes falls around the Great Pipe. Exactly. And that's why the tower and HQ got swapped. It's definitely a very exposed HQ. I mean, this is still pretty exposed, but it is at least a lot closer to your actual production. Sami was never able to break this pipe either. We have another brush repair. Got Gabry versus KingKoal. Okay. Well, we'll see if this is a different style. I've already talked about the map. I think this is sent in by Gabry. It could have been sent in by KingKoal. I think KingKoal is an alt. Maybe it was sent in by KingKoal. I don't know. We'll do this. I'll favor Koal because it is Koal versus Kindle. Koal needs all the favoritism that he can get. I want to say that KingKoal is an alt for Rock Golem, but I could be wrong. Anyway, we'll see how these guys end up playing the map. If they go for the more traditional island base plays. Looks like they are so far. Okay, we have another infantry bot. That's a little sus, because you don't need the comm tower right away, so that's... If you're doing the abandon the island play, you would just stick to your 2 infantry. It's another Oliver Humita. Oh, over here we saw KingKoal go for a different opening. Bottom. Okay, so Gabry's doing the more traditional move. It's just the 2 infantry. There's not another infantry built here. Just sticking to the 3. No vehicles have been purchased yet. It's been very peaceful. Oh, we have the artillery from KingKoal. The pressure has begun. We have the artillery from Gabry here. Very important to go for the city right now, yeah. I don't know why it walked to here anyway. So this infantry is going to make it here just in time to stop any LBJD locks. Very good. A mech over here from KingKoal and another artillery. This one's probably going to be used to break this pipe. It looks like Gabry is also going to break this pipe. Either that or it was just shielding this infantry from being struck. Whoa, we have a Gabry pipe runner. How does KingKoal want to handle the pipe runner? It was a triple base skip pipe runner. I can move to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Things just got spicy. Triple base skip pipe runner is definitely not the norm. It is going to make it past the pipe seam. We have another base skip. For some reason. It still has 2k in the bank. The artillery are getting ready to try and zone the pipe runner. And I assume break this pipe. Tank. Pipe is being worked on. Pipe runner would really like to be able to make it past this pipe, but I don't think it's happening because this tank can come over and help break this as well. The pipe runner would love to be able to make it over here. We have an anti-air build. That must be for breaking walls. The missile's not under threat yet. Okay. The pipe runner didn't move. That's not a good sign. Oh, I see. The pipe runner broke this pipe. Ah, okay. Well, the pipe runner is going to be the only pipe runner. This pipe is also broken. The rocket to take out the missile. Tanks to be chilling together. I'm pretty sure KingKoal can attack this and really happy. The only thing I probably would have changed that would have attacked with this tank. I can have the double tank swing to kill this tank. And then here and here. Then you have the artillery backup. Just completely demolish this. That's okay, just kill off the infantry. Down goes this pipe seam. This one's gone. I have a feeling soon this one will be gone too. Pipe runner doing its darndest. It can't defend the missile. It can't even defend its pipe seam. Rocket's ready to shoot the missile. This pipe seam's broken. This is kind of where the game can sometimes stall. Oh. The pipe runner's not even in range to cover the airport. Now it's super doomed as the copter can just go kill the pipe runner. This is looking really, really bad. It has nowhere it can run. Oh, it can run to these corners. It will need to. Decide to run to that corner, which is an awful choice. It's safe from the copter, but there's a tank right here. And if you didn't know, pipe runners are made of paper. Ooh. Killed the missile, builds a bomber with a double base skip. Ouch. I believe that they're, by paper I mean I believe they have the durability of a light tank, of this tank right here, except they have no defense stars and they cost 3 times as much. Perfect music for what has happened to the paper runner. Alright, Gabry, that did give you potential urban blight. You get to shoot a copter down to 5. The bomber comes down here. There is no anti-air, but I think you might be seeing a fighter soon. Rest in peace. Probably wouldn't have used that tank because it might have some potential use up here, but if no power is going to get you, you super don't want to use this tank in comparison to this one. gosh, and it could have done stuff. Well, you know, the mistakes happen. It's fine. Humita can't be perfect. Brave pipe runner, you were too pure for this corrupted world. Okay, we have the Urban Blight from Gabry. This is a very scary attack. Rocket does one-shot the artillery. Down goes this mech as well. It's very nice. Lots of infantry joined together here. I don't like it. Like, while these are full health, they're going to take less hits to kill off than 3 health infantry did. Okay. And then KingKoal's going to go for the throat. Jugular. Dive in here. Big old massive units and indirects backing them up. And kind of retreat. Hold ground over here. Looking good. Rest in peace, Penguin. Not that you died, you know, you went home. Fine. Copter making its way over to be harassing. The medium tank abandoned this post on the city. I guess it can't stay there anymore anyway. The artillery's staring at it. Yeah, this is super game over. Over here, KingKoal can either choose to ignore the medium tank or just surround it with infantry and then kill it off with the directs. Or something else. Just hit it with a copter. And make a little wall. That works too. So that's the death of the one base right there. And now all of KingKoal's money can be invested in just fighting over here. We do have an Urban Blight from Gabry. Desperately trying to hold on, but it's just GG. And that's why the pipe runner doesn't get built. It's feeling GG, yes. It's like your dad always used to say, don't build a pipe runner when you're playing against Humita's ult. Yeah, yeah. It's true. Well, I'm gonna have to do this next one on the website. I'll look it up though. A quick transitions. Rename the file. Aha! There we are. You're getting mass chat. Behold your new size. Okay, we'll do that. So I have to do these ones on the... I don't have to, but I do these ones on the website because in this tournament, they have special tile sets, and those are not visible on the replay viewer with the standalone one. At this rate, the screen will soon be 100% chat. So this is round 1 of this Cup called Quack Cup 2. That's right. In Quack Cup 2, all of the maps are based off of Shadows Chase You Endlessly, which is a legendary map that's been in the game forever. And this is a tag battle. With the first CO in this case, both players have chosen Von Bolt, and the second CO we have Jake for knoggi and SandHunter with Kindle. And the way this works is at the end of every turn, you can choose to tag out your CO, which will bring in your other one at the front, and the CO at the front gives you your day-to-day effects and what powers you can activate. The CO at the front also generates the normal amount of charge that you do, which is 100% of the damage you take goes to charge, and 50% of the damage you deal goes to charge. And the CO in the back gets 50% of what the 100% gets, or what the front CO gets. In addition, it isn't, or not, well, it's not that it takes 50% away from the person in the front, it's just you get 50% of what they got. So, this is a pretty lopsided CO matchup, with the first one being a tier 1 CO. And yeah, Von Bolt and Kindle is a pretty good matchup combination. For the most part, we're probably going to just see Von Bolt in front, because he's just so good. In fact, it's possible we'll see a game where there's no tagging out at all, and this will just be a Von Bolt mirror. We'll see. Oh, okay. So knoggi did not move this black boat, which means that it doesn't actually make it to this harbor in time to potentially block it. You do need to tag for the power, yeah. SandHunter, on the other hand, does move over here to block the harbor. I probably would have moved down starting this capture, seeing that this guy didn't go for the harbor, because as soon as you move out like this, they're going to notice, oh, I can block the harbor. I assume. That's exactly what happened. So SandHunter kind of missed an opportunity here to get the harbor without having to build an artillery or anything like that. But there is the block. Very good job by SandHunter to go straight for the central airport. It's very strong. You don't go. The only reason you'd go for the harbor first in this case is because knoggi did not move the black boat on the first turn, so you'll actually get there before the black boat can block you. Otherwise, you wouldn't go for the harbor first. That was just because of a little mishap there, but it doesn't matter because SandHunter went up first. Okay, so this airport is a big deal. In fact, both players are going for it right away, which is good. The fact that it's in the center means you build a battlecopter and it can immediately threaten multiple fronts at once, and that's really hard to deal with because that's a 9,000 investment that you have, and even if they want to defend 2 fronts against battlecopters, that's 16,000 in anti-airs, and then you just hit a different front. It is an absolute menace to have these forward central airports. knoggi goes for a tank. I probably wouldn't have gone for this tank because This tank means that knoggi can't build copter next turn, which makes going for the central airport less good. So SandHunter's going for some tricky play here. The idea is, well, you can see none of these infantry can make it to the harbor this turn, so you can walk off the harbor, and then the infantry start walking towards the harbor, and you walk back on them, and you just waste infantry turns, delaying their expansion outwards. Ooh, straight to the artillery. That's a pretty nice buy because it's a vehicle and it doesn't stop SandHunter from getting at the copter on the following turn. This tank is going to effectively force a copter out of here, which isn't usually what you want to do because SandHunter wants to build a copter here. Usually when you want to force them to do something they don't want to do. Very weirdly, the black boat has stepped off of the harbor into artillery range. It wasn't in it. It wasn't in artillery range yet. Not quite sure what's going on here. I guess the artillery is going to be used to just support the infantry attack and not deal with this black boat at all. I probably would have had one infantry step onto this mountain and then the other one go for this city capture, so they could threaten to take the harbor, and then you just have your artillery on these woods. It's okay. We'll see. Again, the black boat has moved into artillery range, so it does seem like knoggi really wants the black boat to be shot, which might be to try and get the power first. Maybe. Got our anti-air. It does cover this city being harassed by this copter. Okay. And knoggi is going to get this comm tower, not this one. Well, knoggi might get this one, but it's going to get interrupted by the copter. Oh, SandHunter completely ditched this harbor. It wasn't just a feign. Or a feint. Okay. The black boat's making its way over here to drop off the infantry to try and contest this area, I guess. It's going to be pretty tough because the tank can always come on up from the base that's right there. knoggi does start the capture on this harbor. We have the anti-air chasing down this copter. With this because nothing else moved over here, it does look like knoggi is going to get this comm tower. Unless SandHunter is willing to sacrifice an entire copter to play it. Ooh. Infantry has moved into artillery range. It's a pretty good placement of this anti-air by knoggi. Barely defends this capture, while also defending the comm tower. This city, looks like they're just going to trade these cities very evenly. Infantry does get shot, finished off by the 2 health. This 1 health infantry gets finished off. What does this copter try and do? Run over here. Okay. Ooh, okay, so this copter is the only thing working to try and stop this tank from hitting this artillery? I don't think that works. I think the tank does hit the artillery, and then the anti-air and this copter come over and cover. Things are starting to look very good for knoggi. Yeah, you hit the artillery for sure. Over tank or the infantry. That infantry. Copter even gets a nice smack over here. Things are looking very good for knoggi. Kind of surprised there was a tank bot here, but I guess it's in response to this anti-air. That's fine. Now, SandHunter does have the black boat for this fight, which is really nice. You get to heal up and then smack, and then you get to heal up and smack. It should make it so that SandHunter is able to win that fight. Things are looking pretty good over here too, and I like the tank coming over here. I mean, there's once you get this city, there isn't much else to really get from just going straight down. I guess it's a little faster to get to this comm tower. Artillery retreats. Get a hit on the tank. Okay, another tank bot here, a tank bot here. No anti-air built here, so just gonna go with the let the copter do whatever it wants strategy. As long as it only has low value targets, then that's kind of fine. Do have the follow-up infantry, which will probably be the doom for this one. Just out of range. Ooh, okay. Moves forward to here in order to kill the 2 health tree. Anti-air strikes. It's out of range of this tank. Problem. Okay. So, I mean, the 2 health artillery is definitely going to get an attack in here. We'll see what it decides to do. Yep, we have our repair. Finish off the infantry. Over here, I think there's definitely some tactics that SandHunter can use. Like this copter can come over and kill off this tank and just block the way. I guess you have to block. Oh, I guess you can't do that because this guy's here. No, this guy doesn't reach. That's an ocean tile. So yeah, you can just kill off tank. Infantry stands here. It's not what happens. All right. I mean, this also works. You go up here to try and maintain control over this little island. Okay. Things moving out together. Get some pressure on these central cities that knoggi is trying to capture. We have 2 tanks coming in this way, though. This is going to get pretty complex, as mixed-based games often do. Swing, swing. This is a Von mirror, so it's very tough to kill units that are on properties. Ooh. Airport capture starts. It's annoying. It should be stoppable for SandHunter. That's still a pretty nasty threat. And knoggi has. Oh no, this infantry is going to have to hop into the black boat, I guess. The battlecopter got double tank here. There isn't any anti-air with this attack from knoggi, so SandHunter can just hold it. Copter. Like so. Okay. Knoggi is able to take this city, give them a income advantage. The black boat does dash on back to sit in the harbor. And Knoggi starts capturing this comm tower, very nicely covering it with anti-air. Now, SandHunter can still delay that by just unloading the infantry here and having the comm tower or the copter hit here. That'll block the. Oh, it won't work because this tank come in here. You have to block with an infantry to get in the way. This tank can do it too. Oh no, Noki's gonna get the triple comm tower until this one falls. Okay, airport's being stood upon. Lots of tanks moving in over here. Poor copter doesn't have a very nice place to go. Anti-air is zoning it very nicely. Yeah, that tank. Nice placement of this artillery because it sets itself up to be walled by the. Oh, never mind. Walled by an infantry. I was gonna say walled by a copter being bought. Okay, we got tank, anti-air, infantry, kills off the tank, and then I think this is capturable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this does not work, but it does delay the comm tower capture. This comm tower capture can also be delayed. Interrupted for sure. We'll see how Knoggi decides to go about this. Up 3k does feel really nice. Does have the tank come up here, kill off the infantry, moves off, kills the copter. So this does delay the comm tower by like 5 turns, which might be worth a copter depending on what happens. The tank first strike, and then the other tanks are just overloading the artillery here. I do not wish that the bridges worked like Days of Ruin. You'd have to change quite a few maps because you could no longer just kind of have a transport like this with a bridge. Or I guess you could just turn this into a road instead. Yes. Black boat blocking this off is really mean. Boats can move on to bridges and days. I think it's supposed to be implied that they go under bridges. But they block the tiles. So SandHunter does get this comm tower. So it's now 2-1 in SandHunter's favor. Comm tower count. I think now we're going to have the copters wall. Okay, very nice. Anti-air comes in, kills off that infantry. So now it's going to be a very long delay on this comm tower. So the fighters, they do. But the fighter costs 20,000 and you don't start with it for free. So it looks like SandHunter's gonna get this airport away from Knoggi. Now, this has happened before on this map, and when it happened then, the airport wasn't able to be held, but there's a lot of SandHunter units here. So I think that Knoggi might be in some serious problem here. Serious trouble. And very nicely blocked in here. Anti-air can't go anywhere. Trapped on a little island. Ooh, but Knoggi, very scary, does have 3 of the 4 labs. So can just kind of make a casual walk in this direction, as one does. Definitely not up to anything too fishy. The anti-air build. Try and hold this. Okay. So SandHunter does have some pretty gnarly opportunities over here for sure. Go for the kill on this tank. So, off this tank. Just has to make sure that the lab gets protected. Okay, we have infantry starting to move towards it. That's good. Still no one has swapped off of Von Bolt, and I don't think anyone will. Well, I guess SandHunter might if the lab capture becomes impossible to stop with units. You can always stop it with the Urban Blight, or at least delay it. Okay. Knoggi is very much aware. Oh, SandHunter did swap over to Kindle. That was probably a swap too soon, although because SandHunter swapped over to Kindle, Knoggi makes a big mistake, which is putting this infantry on this city. Because now it can be hit with Urban Blight here, and be knocked down to 7 before it even starts capturing the lab. I have a feeling. Whoa, and then Knoggi switches over to Jake? Okay. The block rock, I assume. But that does mean all of the units are now weaker. I think it's gonna be a pretty rough punish if I mean, if SandHunter wants, can just kill this infantry and guarantee the capture next turn. Does start moving over to the lab here. Things are looking... Now, SandHunter doesn't just have to defend this lab, can also just go and take another lab, which I assume will be the side mission for these guys, and then swaps back to Von Bolt. So we do have the block rock. Don't know what this is going to be able to get done. There's no tag strike. Yeah. Yeah. There's no tag strike in Advanced Wars by Web. You don't get to have your double turn, as that would be way too broken. Okay, bring some more infantry over here. Copter gets a nice hit. And Knoggi has freed up the lab. Does decide to start capping with the 7 health. Should probably... I guess it's fine to do that. killing the 3 health infantry would also be fine. Swaps back to Von Bolt, which is very good. Now all of these units. Oof. Oof. Just so you know, Von Bolt doesn't actually hit. Von Bolt does not hit his own units when he uses his super in Advanced Force by Web. So you don't have to move these this way. Who doesn't want to see the Eagle/Sami tag strike HQ cap in Advanced Force by Web? So fun. So interactable. They are way too fun. Okay, so this looks super GG. Oh, we lost the stun indicator, but these guys are all stunned. And then after this, Von Bolt is going to be able to swap to Kindle. And this lab is starting to be captured too. We got a fighter from Knoggi. I like the fighter buy. I assume the idea with the fighter buy is that it can wall one of these choke points really effectively, which is very true. You have the join. This is one of those joins. That really sucks because by joining, it's now a 10 health infantry on a 13 capture property instead of being a 10 health infantry on a 10 capture property. So it's a join that slows down the cap. Well, it's a join that's slower than just starting to capture anew, but you can't actually delete the unit when it's stunned. Yeah, Knoggi resigns. The double global damage hit, yeah. Well, well played. I think Knoggi... I'm not 100% sure what happened to Knoggi. Maybe... I mean, there was definitely an overextension over here, where a whole bunch of tanks got invested, and then this base just died. I think it's probably what happened. Not being able to hold this comm tower also hurt. SandHunter just really found a great attack over here. But Knoggi did a great job. Thank you. Next is StarDrifter. That's back on the replay viewer. I think there's a side switch. Yeah, the front switch was really good too. Sorry, chat, you shrunk. Yeah. StarDrifter versus Dustlord. I don't know if Dustlord's here. Dustlast. It might have been someone who asked me to let them know their replays. Doesn't look like it. I'll say your replay is. Oh no! At this rate, the chat will soon be the size of a grain of rice. Okay. Cobalt Ice. Yellow Comet. This is Marengo. This is another one of the classic Fog of War maps. And it's definitely dominated by an APC opener that is really difficult to punish. So as far as viable openings on this map go, it's kind of limited, but it's still a pretty fun map. you start with your double base, and then you get to unlock your single base really late. So your single base is the one that puts pressure on the HQ. Rough matchup / map for Kindle. I think the map's probably fine for Kindle, but yeah, Drake tends to do pretty well against Kindle. As long as Kindle doesn't just kill Drake on like the beginning of the game, then the global damage tends to wear her down. Okay, we'll see if they go for the APC opener. There are other stuff you can do. You can try and go for recon. It can be rough. We'll see how it goes. See, the problem you run into with this early recon, in this case it's way too early, is that this base comes online so slowly that you show up before the infantry can actually show up to capture anything. We do have an APC. Usually it's the APC from this base though, so this is a different APC opener than that I know. This is also a little thing that can often trip people up on this map, and StarDrifter does not get tripped up by it. Neither did Dustlord. Sometimes you're like, well, I want to move my infantry up this way, and so you're like, oh, this is more movement. I go 3 like this. But if you go like this, you're no longer in range of actually capturing this city, so you have to go step on the mountain. That's just a small thing on this map that a lot of people make a little mishap of. That's not the case here. This is more common, is that it's APC and then followed by a recon. You can see this recon. It gets to see this guy. Now, I think it's going to get here just fine, provided that Dustlord doesn't build a tank next turn. Tanks from the one base are pretty common. Does see this capture. Oh, there's the tank. So we might have a rest in peace recon moment. There is not a point in capturing the lab other than it provides you vision of its tile. And lab caps assert dominance. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this infantry is going to have to walk onto the mountain to let the tank get the swing. This is the problem with the recon going for a fast recon opener, is that look how close you have to get to the base to find an infantry. It's a little ridiculous. Smack. I think we'll just smack. Debatably here you should hit with the 7 health infantry first, but I doubt it's probably worth it. The only thing I'd be worried about is this 1 health recon getting to knock this guy down to 9. Well, you assert dominance by capturing the opposing lab, of course. That's a lab that you can assert dominance with. Especially if you're like on this mountain and you're like, do I go for this city or do I go for this lab? And then you go for the lab. That will show your opponent what's what. It might even work too, because they'll have like something lined up to defend the city, but nothing lined up to defend the lab. Did this recon not attack? This recon should 100% attack this infantry. To try and knock it down to 9 to slow down captures, rather than have a 7 health infantry not move. Sometimes capping the lab allows your country to learn how to build the new black hole super weapon, the dreaded Neo-Tank. But not in the game that you play. When you cap the lab, it's only in the next game. And sadly, in Advanced Wars by Web, you always forget. There's no canonical next game. Okay, so if you look at the how the captures have kind of worked out, the APC is really nice. You can see it boosts a lot of captures in comparison to where StarDrifter is right now. But this is a pretty nice recon. This is going to be a fairly reliable target. But already falling behind in income, ending even rather than having an advantage to it. We have the double tank coming over here. So we might see some play that tries to lure this tank forward. Nope. Just gonna fall back. That's fair. These tanks are covering this guy on the mountain, so that might be a little lure. Although the tank attacking from the HQ is always a tempting thing for Kindle. So we might see it happen. No, it decides to just chill on the city. No overextension. It's a good idea. Okay. StarDrifter ended behind in economy, but there are a lot of captures happening. So that won't be true for long, most likely. You gotta be careful with the one base side. It's very easy to overextend as you kind of press in towards this HQ, but we do have a bunch of tanks coming in as reinforcements, which is very good. Help Dustlord kind of get away with this being a real first strike. Some games can restrict you to lab ownership, it's true. And most of these old fog maps were built with the idea of the units being restricted to labs. Because this is one of the maps that was made by Weege, which is a Chinese player. And in the Chinese community, they do play their competitive games with lab units enabled. I'm personally not a huge fan of that. But that is what it is. Okay, we got copter. Tank copter. I think we have an idea of what StarDrifter is going for. Artillery are pretty good on this map, so I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen any built yet. We do have an anti-air, and it is here. Oh, it's not covering this tank, but it's covering this one. It is here in time for this copter to be countered. I think it might work better if you had multiple tiers of lab units. You can definitely go deep into Advanced Wars and Advanced Wars by Web lore here. No worries. Tank, anti-air. Okay. So Dustlord is so far avoiding building any air units, which is really good for StarDrifter because they haven't built any anti-air. Recon gets a kill. Nice. This is always a tough city to get for either player. Well, usually this player gets it, actually. The recon was able to stop it, which is good. Ooh, hi. That was a panic urban blight if ever I've seen one. End of turn. Should I use urban blight? Oh, there's a whole army there. Urban Blight. I'm not a huge fan of that Urban Blight. It does knock this down to 7, but it's going to repair up to 9, so it'll still kill the copter. You have to take 4 labs to get a stealth. That would be a big problem on this map. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I think I'd be fine with stealths being labbed, but when bombers get labbed, I've got a problem with that. If fighters get labbed, if neotanks get labbed. Because those are like counter units that you often kind of need as the game progresses. Stealths, not so much. Okay, the recon strike, down goes the copter. Save the city. Good smack in there. Retreat with the tank. Full on retreat with the tank. The recon. This recon is thinking it's lucky stars. It's like, oh, nothing happened. I'm fine. Double recon infantry. Nice buy. Okay, so now StarDrifter's doing pretty good here. Both economically. Unit count and unit value actually doing really good. But the Drake Super's on its way. And that will be the first time that Drake actually gets to have, you know, an advantage to being the CO, where Kindle has had the day-to-day this whole time. And has been using it fairly effectively. Okay. But man, both players just completely ignoring these labs. You hate to see it. Bunch of infantry to pick off here, which is good. Using the mountains very effectively to get some vision. This is definitely the kind of attack you go for when, well, it works when you have a 2-hit KO as well. When you're wanting to go for the Typhoon. What was that, like 24? No, it was like 16. That's a pretty weak Typhoon. It doesn't super matter. What matters is that all the units are now injured, so they're a lot easier to kill. And the rain messes with the movement of the vehicles over the plains as well. 1 lab gap for infantry. Okay. They can't get involved because of the rain. I mean, that's a very good attack for Dustlord, Dustlass, in that not much retaliation happened. Just a tiny bit over here. So never punished. That's just global damage and weather doing its thing. Pulse back over here, making sure not to place these units on here because it does kind of suck to go for repairs and then get hit by an Urban Blight. We'll see. Okay, we have the first copter being built. Copter, infantry. Okay. I might be saving up for a medium tank, which would be pretty nice. Getting these captures would also be very good because StarDrifter's been ahead in an econ for quite a while. We do have the Urban Blight. That makes sense. Wouldn't really want to just let 2 of your own cities go without some sort of fight. And there's other units around to follow up the delay. Okay, with the anti-airs used to kill off this infantry. That's always a little bit dangerous. Ooh, and none of these tanks can actually hit this tank, so there's gonna have to be some kind of shielding effort that happens. Maybe not. That's really weird to me. You would normally expect at least a tank to go onto this city to try and stop this anti-air from just getting one-shotted. Now over here, Dustlord has fallen back. There is a medium tank. It will help with the many Kindle tanks. But yeah, rest in peace, anti-air. At least you saved the city. Recompose infantry kills off infantry as... Let's see. Whoa, there's no follow-up. So this city and this city will fall, which will be really good for Dustlord, who will now have even economy for the first time in a long time. And the attack over here is actually very menacing. Oh, actually, well, actually, can be better than even because they get this city too. I mean, this is... I don't know how long these ones are going to be able to hold if this huge wave of units just kind of crashes over. Do have the medium tank, which will be very helpful. And the fuel drain from the Drake powers seems to be getting to the copters. You got beat up a lot. Run, APC, run! It's got 9 fuel. It's gonna be a Drake APC that runs out of fuel. Tank gets taken out. Okay, there we go. Park on the city. Here's the medium tank. We do have double anti-air. Okay. Dustlord has now got the 21k over 20. So there is an econ lead, although, yeah, the city's not long for this world. Wow, that's an aggressive move from StarDrifter, going straight to the comm tower. That's a class. This is a move I like to do too, which is called bad. You go for the capture and then you check for the vision that's around. Although the copter getting that kill from it is very good. All the tanks move up here. Got the copters following up. There's still no anti-airs for StarDrifter, so Dustlord could go for the absolutely ballsy play of building a Drake fighter, and there would be no way for StarDrifter to deal with that for like 4 turns. The APC has made the big journey. Started from all the way up here. Okay. A lot of tanks. APC down to 5 fuel, but it's going to get refueled. Do kill off capping infantry. It will cost the tank its life though, so debatably you wouldn't want to go in with the tank like that, just because they don't actually get the comm tower on the next turn. Medium tank. I see. Wait, no. Okay, so you stood there. I see. It's trying to stay out of the recon's vision. That's a very dangerous place to stand with the medium tank, though, because copters would love to hit that from a city. Rest in peace, tank. StarDrifter does see the medium tank. Still attacks in here. Ooh, really big attack. Well, I think Dustlord is going to have a nice retaliation here, which is going to be important because StarDrifter is up 10 units and 30k unit value. Wow, that was a weird attack. Okay. Well, Copter did not have many cares for this world. Lock the infantry. That one. Tank is used for vision. Anti-air kills off this copter. Anti-air kills off this copter. It's a nice spot too because it's going to be guarded by this forest. Got the Typhoon now. And tank comes in, takes out a tank. Tank comes down, takes out a tank. Tank comes over, takes out a tank. A lot of charge for StarDrifter, and look at how much of a value difference Dustlord was able to make up there. Although unit count wise, still kind of lagging behind. Still, you know, it's progress. So we went at the start of that turn. StarDrifter was up by 40,000, and at the end was down by about 20,000. There was a 60,000 value shift there. Very nice. Last time you played, a Drake killed your APC and you couldn't refill your stranded units. You still won? That's impressive. Oh, the recon's down to 3 fuel. It can't get away. Oh, wow. That's a gutsy buy. Dude, I would highly recommend never building a stealth against Drake. I know it's being built right after a power went off, but even at max fuel, if it gets hit by a power and goes down to 30, it dies in like 3 turns if it doesn't, or in 4 turns if it doesn't move at all. If it just stands in place. If it moves, it'll die in like 2 turns. So be very wary when building stealths for Drake. Like, Drake doesn't have to build a fighter to deal with the stealth. It can just kill it in the fuel drain. Right, looks like a fairly passive turn, just going for this one city capture and keeping everything else back. Recon gets spotted, Recon gets taken out. Still have this city's been fought over so many times. Start moving out. StarDrifter does have high society potentially, which would be very spicy. I think we're just going to go for Urban Blight, which Dustlord playing around it with unit positioning fairly well, and that only the production units got hit. This poor guy over here will probably get taken out, and this is potentially dangerous, but otherwise it's very good. Yeah, they're saving the fuel. They'll cloak probably on this turn. I think barely survives. Here we go. Sneaky, sneaky, stealth. Stealth gets refueled. Well, the APC almost went down. Okay. It's like a... It's almost an attack across the entire line. Which is something that can start happening when these unit counts get so vastly separated here. We do have the anti-airs to kill these copters, which is very good. A lot of tank first strikes available. There's that copter. This tank gets beaten up. The infantry gets beaten up. Copter starts going down here, which is a great call. There's no... I mean, there hasn't been a single Kindle anti-air the whole game. Okay, that was a pretty good turn. Still behind in unit count, but doing pretty nicely when it comes to that unit value. And there's another Drake Super on its way to make that even better. No! Well, the APC did its job. I'm actually surprised that this infantry was used to hit it. I would have done it with the tank so that the infantry could actually start the capture. Units getting trapped. Got trapped. Oh. Do have the comm tower going. Comm tower capture happening here. Have another urban blight pop. That's like the worst target for a stealth, I think. I don't think a stealth can do less damage to a unit than it can to an anti-air. Yeah, it hits it for 5 with a power active. It probably does less damage to a mega tank, maybe. I know the StarDrifter unit count was really high. Still doing pretty well. So, I mean, the stealth is doomed because the APC's right here. So, Dustlord is going to kill the APC with the power involved, which will bring this down to 30 fuel, and it'll start its turn. It'll go down to 22 fuel. Just a dead cell. I'm going to assume that Dustlord calced that these sacrifices were necessary. Definitely not the approach I would prefer to take. Possible. They probably were necessary. There's the Typhoon. Infantry would kill the APC. Oh, it lived at 1! Not for long, though. I think this guy can come around and clear the way. Alright, that's a dead stealth. Well, it can probably make itself, if it beelines it, it can probably make it back here to reach an APC that also gets built. Right, because 22 and it moves 6, which will bring it down to 16, and then it drains 8, so it'll be down to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it can move 2 of that to get there, and then the APC can refuel it. So as long as it doesn't fight anything and doesn't dawdle, it can make it back to an APC. But yeah, 22 fuel. Oh, it's stuck around. That's So far, it's done 5 damage to an anti-air. Now it's done 5 damage to a tank. StarDrifter resigned. Whoa. Whoa. I mean, it's not great. Investing 29k in stealth plus APC and just losing it to fuel drain isn't amazing, but I mean, it's not like it's looking that bad. Still progress happening over here. GG. That's a resign. Yeah. But that's why I say you don't build stealth versus Drake. If you do build a stealth versus Drake, you keep your APC hidden, or you have multiple APCs. That's true, there's 1/3 of the unit value in the stealth. That is true. It's rough. That's true, the tank count is pretty drastically in Dustlord's favor, although they're pretty injured. Although it is also against Drake, and the longer the game goes, Drake just gets better and better. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the resign. I still think it's a little early. That's okay. That was my that was my 4 hours. I hope people enjoyed. So I'll leave you with an apple. And if you would like to support the stream, you can always join the Patreon. It's okay to join and then immediately leave it if you just want to do a one-time small donation. That's also fine. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins, that's